यहाँ #1 रहना एक जरूरत है। ये जंग जीतना हर एक टीम का सपना है और इस सपने को पाने के लिए ये अपना सब कुछ दांव पर लगाने को तैयार है। Pakistan is ready for the ultimate action.
Hello and welcome to PMPL right here from the Pakistan region, and it's all thanks to, of course, Oppo for once again making the season continued on fourth. But alongside that, we are going to be starting off day number 4 in week 3. One more day remains before we jump in with the grand finals, of course, and we'll find out what those 16 teams are that will be participating. But we'll talk more about all those things. Of course, I'm going to be your host and analyst and caster, plotter, and of course the same is going to be Shadow taking you through these games today. So Shadow, how are you doing today, and what is your expectation from these teams? I mean, Quraysh, they've been doing really phenomenal. Can we expect the same sort of a play from them today as well, do you think?
I think they'll continue the same domination today as well, because day number 1 also they got 2 big wins for themselves. Day number 3 also they got 2 big wins for themselves. At least they're getting 1 big win this time also in this particular day.
Absolutely. As we move ahead and have a look at the overall schedule itself, of course, this is week 3 that we are a part of. There was a 1-day delay, which does imply that we are going to be on, of course, 25th September, but on day 4 of week 3 tomorrow. On Monday, we are going to be playing the final day of week 3, and that in turn will also let us know as to what those top 12 teams are for week 3 at least that will participate on that extra bonus map of Livik. After that, we're talking about it from 30th September to the 2nd October. We do have the grand finale taking place.
Certainly, in the grand finale, the total prize money is going to be 100,000 US dollars, out of which the majority of the prize money is going to the first place, that is $10,000. Second will get $6,500, and third will get $4,500. Even the 16th place team is going to get at least 1,000 US dollars. But the tournament MVP has a special prize money that is also going to be 1,000 US dollars. But every single team that is participating in league stage, they are going to get 2,500 US dollars as well.
Absolutely, per team, of course, and as we perfectly do know that there are big things that are at stake for these teams, but to be able to capitalize on those opportunities, they need to be able to walk away with those points, and the point structure again remaining the same, at least for now, where indeed the one elimination will walk away with 1 point for yourself. Along with that, of course, the placement points, of course, you get that chicken dinner, you walk away with 15 points plus the elimination points that you get, which majority of the teams in week 3 are doing. And in fact, when we talk about that damage graph, also it is being exchanged between the teams that were performing and underperforming. Now it's equalized a little bit compared to week 1.
Well, certainly, but along with the points, there are bonus points as well per week. After every single week, the teams are going to be awarded some bonus points. The first place team will get 20 points, and it keeps on reducing by 1 point per place, and reduces to 1 point at the 20th team. But league bonus is also there. Points are awarded for the overall league stage ranking as well, and the total bonus are going to be accumulated. That means weekly bonus points plus league bonus points will become the total points, and these points are going to help you in the start of the finale.
Absolutely. And for now, again, before we talk about the grand finals, as we did mention, only 16 teams are participating right now. On the second last day of week 3, we have all 20 teams that are being divided in these individual groups. And to start the day off, we're only going to be looking at the first 4 groups, where group A, B, C, and D are going to be the ones who will be playing the game, and group E, at least for the first match of the day, they are going to be sitting out from this one. And in that, of course, the 4 groups that are going to be playing, we do have a lot of competition that is taking place. Yes, there have been a few underperforming teams like big names, I8 not doing too well, not getting enough amount of points. But at the other point, we do have Regicide bringing in some perfect synergistic play, Quraysh Esports, TUF. But all in all that will become that much more clear when we talk about week 3's overall ranking itself, where Regicide is sitting all the way up on top with 2 chicken dinners.
Certainly, Reddit side day 2, day 3, they have been ending on a very good note by getting two big wins for themselves. That has helped the case in terms of the placement points as well, which they have accumulated. But freestyle yesterday, they took a jump of 1 point and now sitting on the second spot with 134 points. But it was Triple Esports that took a big leap of 3 points, three position points, and now are sitting on the sixth spot with 109 points. But on the other side, North Esports and 52 Esports, they faced a certain downfall, and now they are sitting on the 10th spot and 52 on the 8th spot.
Absolutely. For Triple Esports, as you were mentioning, it is very, very important this week 3. Of course, that'll become that much more clear in the league standing itself. But right now, looking at the second page itself, as we were talking about it, big names like I8 Esports sitting on the 19th position right there. Metershot X Sky sitting on the 17th position. Team BABLU on the 15th. So, not the kind of expectation that we had from week 3. But at the same point of time, talking about a change in storyline, well, that definitely has been showcased from the underperforming teams now bringing themselves and their gameplay up really well.
Well, certainly, the underperforming teams are now performing, and the performing teams are now underperforming. Like you also
Exactly.
mentioned, the team I8. Well, day number 3, in fact, the week number 3, entire week number 3 is not working for them. But in the overall
True.
ranking, they are sitting on the safe spot. In fact, way too safe, because they're
Yes.
definitely moving into the finals. And no second thought on that, so they don't have to worry a lot about it for now because they are qualifying. And certainly, when the last day might come, maybe they will go all YOLO because they have nothing to lose. Even at this spot, they have nothing to lose. They can afford to go for the aggressive stance without thinking, go for the aggressive push towards the side of any team. But unfortunately, that is not working for them. In fact, nothing is working for them right now.
Exactly, and that is something that hopefully will change in the grand finals. But as you perfectly mentioned, when it comes down to the team and their position in the league board itself, and the overall 3 weeks compared, the games that they have played and of course participated in, they have done wonders for themselves. So they are pretty much confirmed sitting on the second position of mistake overall league standing. But at the same point, yes, for week 3, it seems like we might not be looking at the players of I8, but that's okay. That is absolutely fine. We've spoken about it time and time again. Maybe they're under mental pressure, maybe they're trying different strategies and trying a different approach because they're comfortable and they know that they will be participating and in the grand finals itself. But alongside all of that, right now, of course, the conversation from that changes towards the teams that are performing, teams that have from week 1 comparatively to week 3 picked up that pace really perfectly for themselves. And in that, of course, Quraysh Esports definitely becomes one of those big names to talk about because of the consistent play that they have been able to make. At the same point, I do want to bring up, Regicide, another team that we have been looking at over aggression from their side, which of course is also being converting into points for themselves.
But certainly, Regis side is certainly doing very good when it comes to the map of Miramar, because the two win in week number 3, both the win are in the map of Miramar from the side of Regis side. But other team that has been performing really well is going to be H2E. The way they are picking the fights every single time, even in the damage graph, we did see yesterday that H2E was dishing out a hell lot of damage onto the other teams and were accumulating good points as well. Even in the map of Erangel, we saw Assad being the last man standing. He accumulated 12 placement points, although his teammates were taken down pretty early inside the game. So that means Team H2E, well, whatever they are working in their favor, and maybe this team can be a strong contender for the top spot or top 5 spot in the finals.
Indeed, I mean, we've spoken about it during the games as well, that when it comes to Team H2E and their rotation, especially, they're so pristine and in getting into the final zones and final circles, and then participate in those fights where again those fights that they participated in become so very critical for them, as they are able to walk away with decent placement points and enough amount of elimination points, as you perfectly mentioned. So yes, for H2E, as we can see, there has been a jump and a little bit of a shift in terms of how week 2 compared to week 3 is looking like. And of course, in all of that, the best part is that they have upped their aggression, they have upped, of course, the elimination points, but in all they've become that much more consistent, they've become that much more reliable because the survival time has gone down from them. So that means that they are able to dish out more damage in less amount of time survived on the map, which again is a perfect thing for Team H2E to bring up and talk about from their side, from their gameplay. And of course, a few of those highlights are going to be right here on our screens, where H2E were able to dominate and bring out a perfect approach from them. And of course, viewers, keep in mind, if you look at the left-hand side of our screens, we'll see that H2E, the team, they participate in those late game fights, which again are so perfect and apt because they convert those points. But when needed, when they are pushed, they are ready for those early aggressive fights, as we can clearly see right here on Erangel as well.
In Sanhok also, H2E did pick up really good fights, but when it comes to individual players of team H2E, week number 1, it was only about JD, because he was the guy who was outshining in the entire team. But in the end of week 3, we are seeing Assad stepping up, Tarzan is also stepping up, so it's the entire H2E that has amped up their aggression. It's not only JD, the way this team has improved and the way they are climbing the stairs, in the terms of the rank and the accumulating points, Team H2E is looking very strong. And it is Dread also, the new player from the side of H2E. Yesterday, the way he was picking a few fights, it was very impressive. He was dishing out a lot of damage and getting those defeat points.
Exactly. This is exactly what I was talking about when it comes to, you know, being so very perfect in their rotation, and then being very cautious about the fights that they want to be able to pick, and then converting those synergistically into their favor, which of course is going to be helping them right now, because this is week 3. This is the final week before we jump into the grand finals, and of course only top 16 teams move into the grand finals, and from there also only 6 teams move into the SA Championship. So a lot on the line and a lot on the stake for these teams, and that for which they are working perfectly. The storyline that they've created, compared from week 1 to week 3, it is definitely looking good in their favor. But of course, along with that, let's have a look at the average comparison as well right now when it comes down to Regicide, where Regicide also is another team that has amazingly showcased a very aggressive approach that was unexpected, in fact, from their side. But we knew that they have the capability and possibility because of the players and the names that are part of Regicide, and that can be clearly visible right here between the week 2 and week 3 graph and stat that have almost doubled. I mean, they've doubled their aggressive stance, the damage dealt, number of eliminations acquired, at the same point of time the knocks. So all in all, they are looking on a very good rise and climb in this PMPL for Pakistan 2022.
In even the survival time also, the compared to week number 2, they are surviving more in the game. That means they are accumulating not just the defeat points, the placement points as well, unlike other teams sitting on the bottom having only elimination points in their force. So Regicide, they have found a perfect balance between the placement and the position points in every single game. The way they are picking fights, especially in Miramar, both the wins are in the map of Miramar, one at the end of day number 2, other one yesterday also. And not just with the passive gameplay, Regicide always gets a win with good amount of defeat points as well.
True. That is so true. Again, you talk about yesterday's plays itself. I mean, the way they finished the day with, of course, that 14 elimination point game for themselves on Miramar, and of course before that we had another Miramar where they finished second. So Regicide, yes, they are in week number 3, definitely on the rise, on the climb. Yesterday or day before yesterday also on the Miramar map, we saw them bring in flawless plays and aggressive stance. And again, the synergy is so very critical, which for Regicide somehow it has been improving. And of course we know how, because they've been working at it. They started from week 1, they were a little underperforming, they saw what the lobby was doing and just quickly paced themselves to understand what the lobby was doing, and then how can they tackle that, which they have chosen the aggressive card, and that of course is the perfect approach in especially the Pakistani lobby.
Certainly, and the way they move inside the circle, the way they hold a position inside the circle, it's always on point. The IGL is doing the perfect job of reading the zones and predicting where the next circle might form in, and the way they hold the upper grounds, because I remember in the fight of Miramar yesterday, they were Regicide took the control from the hands of BABLU for that position, and the way they held the higher ground to the advantage, perfectly getting those defeat points, eliminating team after team. The minute they eliminated BABLU, well, they were not stopping for anyone. This is what Regicide is all about. The minute they realize they have the best position, they have the golden spot inside the circle, they start dominating the lobby.
Absolutely, and that works out flawlessly for them because in week 3, where it mattered the most, they have accumulated a lot of points. And again, this is the second last day of the week, so they still have opportunities. They have eight games, if I'm not mistaken, in total from today and tomorrow combined. That in 8 games again is a huge opportunity that teams can, of course, bring up those points not only in week 3, but also in the overall league standing itself, compared all the way from week 1, all the games played, into the end of week 3 itself, which Regicide is definitely looking like they are in control of, and they are showcasing that they have the prowess to be able to actually utilize that beautifully. Now, call it whatever you might, right? Because you mentioned it perfectly as well, that the teams that were performing in week 1, well, again, they have gone down. They have gone down so they've in fact gone down, or not, they've given an opportunity to the other teams, is how I like to phrase it, I think.
Certainly they have given an opportunity, but at the same time comes the fact that I8 sitting on the second spot, Magnus sitting on the first. This is the opportunity to experiment things, the new things they want to try in the finals, because right now they are in a safe spot. Same can be said about Quantum Rage and Quraysh Esports, all the top 5 team. No one is contesting their position. No matter what, they are qualifying for the finals with less number of matches left. So this is the moment when they can experiment things and try something new and different strat. Maybe it will work, maybe it won't work, but at least they will have a chance to do so in a lobby where they don't have anything to lose, because anyhow they are moving into the finals.
Exactly. As we move towards the second page, let's see. So again, we know that only top 16 teams are going to be participating in the grand finals, and the difference right there is not that much. For Triple Esports. Again, talking about Triple Esports also in the same breath, right? They are the ones who've also, just like Regicide, showcased a different approach from them, which has in turn brought them chicken dinner, and on the map of Erangel with 8 elimination points that they got on day 2. All in all, along with that, the best part is that they're getting closer and closer to perhaps even take down Metershot X Sky, who are sitting on the 16th position right there with 304 points. So yep, things are definitely on the move in week 3, but now the days are outnumbered, basically, right? We've only got these 2 days left. Rather, these teams have only these 2 days left, especially the one sitting from the 17th to the 20th position. With that, let's move on ahead, get the day started off, as yesterday was a perfect turn of events for these teams. Let's see how today will turn out as we look at the schedule, because today is going to be a day of Erangel. And to start the day off, of course, as we mentioned earlier, group A, B, C and D are the ones who will be participating. And of course, on Erangel, we have seen a few teams, especially in week 3, over progress in terms of how they've been able to back-to-back get those chicken dinners.
Well, certainly. Now, this is, as you mentioned, this is the day of Erangel. We have 3 Erangels in our hands. So, every single team that have weak point in the Erangel, this is an opportunity to try something new. Obviously, the teams are sitting on the top of the overall ranking, the bottom teams, so they can do something, especially I8 also. Even if they want to try some other drop location, this is the moment when they can do so, which are not doing. Maybe they want to stick to the known area, known terrain in the final and not risk anything. That is also a mature decision, but something they need to do. So now is the time for the prediction also, Lakshay. So which team you think is going to get the win?
For Erangel, for the first game, I am going to go with Quraysh Esports. I want to be able to see if they can recreate the kind of prowess that they've been able to showcase on the map of Erangel itself. So that's going to be my pick, Quraysh Esports, QE.
Interesting, because yesterday also both the wins of Quraysh Esports were in map of Erangel, so definitely they have high probability. But I want to see Quantum Rage. Yes, they are playing Quantum Rage, are playing this one, so I want to see Quantum Rage to get this win, because their drop location is Yasnia. Rotations are not so difficult when it comes to Yasnia. You can easily rotate, and resources are also you get ample amount of resources also.
Absolutely, but from Quantum Rage, in fact, week 1, week 2 performance I absolutely loved from Quantum Rage. I was slowly but surely converting into looking forward to, in fact, as to what they're going to be doing. But week 3, they've changed their play as well. Now they're working towards a little bit of a later rotation that I've noticed from them. They do always go to Yasnaya, and based on where the zone is, at times we've seen that they are in a very good contestation of the zone, yet they end up faltering down. I'm not sure how can an aggressive team falter down, but again, I mean, we've seen I8 do the exact same thing in week 3. So week 3 is definitely a week that is of unpredictability, and that's exactly what we're looking at.
Well, certainly, the battle royale itself is so unpredictable. So many other factors also come into the picture, like the circle, your placement inside the circle. If it is ball that circle is swing, because yesterday also we saw in one of the games so many curveballs in the map of Erangel were coming in.
Exactly.
That kind of kept the teams on their toes because they didn't know where the next circle is going to form. Every single time, the minute they realized that yes, now we are in a safe spot, we have a residency over this position, the circle would take a curveball and zoom. You have to go for a very long rotation, and it's never easy when all the 16 teams are in the lobby.
Absolutely, and that you perfectly mentioned that, because again, when you talk about the way the zone has slowly but surely from 1 week to second week to third week actually transformed itself as well in every single map, here is the MVP definitely of week 3, because the amount of ludicrous plays that the zone ends up making and the rotation that the teams are then forced to make, so many of them just get caught off guard just like that, based on how the zone has shifted that nobody could have predicted or anticipated for the zone to be playing such games. But like you said, the battleground is definitely unpredictable. But this time around, let's see which side is going to be favored. Is it going to be the northern side? Is it going to be the southern players that we know are going to be, of course, the players of I8 and other teams that love to go towards the south? But where is the zone? Because no matter where the initial zone is, in the end, after that third, fourth zone, once it starts moving, that's when the teams are in a lot of chaos. And yeah, just fingers crossed. Not entirely sure what to anticipate, but definitely looking forward to once again an aggressive start, an aggressive day from these teams.
Certainly, aggression is what we want to see, and Pakistan region never fails to provide us the aggression. Yes, in week number 3, they have taken a slow approach because they understand the gravity of the situation right now, because every single point is going to matter. They are preparing themselves for the finals. Week number 1, they were just testing the waters, playing their natural gameplay, going all aggressive, going for a very early brawl. But now they are preparing themselves for the finals, and few of the teams at the bottom, they are trying to propel themselves. They need every single points. They are also being a little cautious. So that is why we are witnessing more strategic gameplay from the side of Pakistan region this time in week 3 as compared to week 1.
Indeed, that is so true. That is definitely one of the best things that has happened, because we talk about how we want it to be a little dynamic. We want the teams to actually be dynamic as well, because you want to be able to change your game mid-game as well at times, so that you don't get the drop location perhaps does not get overturned from you. And that is something that the teams have definitely showcased a zeal for, as they are slowly but surely changing their own gameplay mid games as well as during midday itself, as we do have the first match of the day on our screens. Erangel, where flight path is going to be starting all the way from the military base and majorly favoring towards the western side, where once again now on the military base, we know I8 always love to drop themselves out there. For Metershot, there is a chance that they could also perhaps choose the same exact drop. Yes, they definitely will, as they love to go towards Nowhere Up Noy. Now, but for these teams, it is going to be working out perfectly, but we'll have to see where the zone is going to be, whether the zone is going to be favoring them. On the other front, as we do have the grounders making their way towards Primorsk, again, a known drop location for the grounders as well. But in all, I would definitely love to see what teams are going to be the ones that will perhaps get into a first blood situation, will perhaps end up getting into those drop contestations, because we have seen that take place as well in week 3.
Certainly, early brawls, early drop contestation, or early fights, we always love to see when the players are pretty much handicapped. They are short on the resources. They don't have enough weaponry or maybe the armor required for a close combat. But right now, the circle playing its own game. We have a flight path favoring the west side, and we have a circle completely on the northeastern side, where Sivorni, Stelber, Yasna, Rozak are already there. So that means I8, Metershot Sky, they have to go for a very early rotation. And this is a moment when I8 are like, when you are in the lobby, the circle goes north. When you are sitting out, the circle goes towards southern side. Because yesterday when I8 Metershot, the entire group was sitting out, we did witness a southern circle. The final circle was also on the southern military base island.
Absolutely, and that is the game that I was talking about for Quantum Rage, where they made their rotation from Yasnaya towards Prison, Milta Power, and then tried to make their way into Novo, but sadly were then dropped off and were not able to even accumulate decent elimination points for themselves. But again, today is a brand new day, and we hope that all the teams are able to participate in some good contestations for themselves. But right now, talking about those contestations itself, we are going to be looking forward to where and what team is that going to be. 3x once again known for their split drop. That is what they love to do, and that is exactly what we see them doing. So no change there from 3x. But again, why change any of that strategy, because it is working for the side of 3x. On the other front, towards the northern side, we have Team Star. Now Team Star this time around have only dropped in with a 3-man army. Now Team Star, best thing for them is that the zone is favoring them. If they go towards Stalberg and those hills mountains right towards Stalberg itself, they will definitely be in a very good position. But even right now itself, there is no team around in the vicinity for them to be troubled about at all. But all the other teams, well, they are going to have to make their way into the zone, and of course be ready for the fight, as we have Magnus, a team that's been okay in terms of their performance in week 3 especially. Yes, it has not been the best of the performance, but the consistency from Magnus has definitely been showcased from them, as they uh, do not run away from fights. Even if they're getting eliminated early, they are able to eliminate decent number of players and get those decent number of elimination points from every single game.
Certainly, magnets are also in a very safe spot, just like I8. So magnets can also afford to experiment few of the things. Maybe that could be the reason for less number of defeat points or low placement points in the favor of Magnus Esports. Because we did witness yesterday also in the map of Miramar, when Magnus was having the entire control of the western, even in the Erangel map where the southern circle was there, Magnus was having the complete western control, and suddenly the control was taken away from them. Close combat fights, Magnus losing out on them is something we didn't witness in week number 1, and certainly not in week number 2. But this time, Magnus are losing on those fights. So let's see. Maybe they're trying to do something new. But right now, they are in the circle, they are in the poaching key. That means they don't need to rotate, they don't need to go for the early rotation. But the meta we have been seeing from this region in the week number 3 is hold on to the center as soon as possible. So maybe Magnus will head for an early rotation, and Quraysh Esports looks like they are already doing so.
Indeed, there could be that. Definitely seems to be the case, where indeed the early rotations are being again in week 3. That is another thing that we have noticed, that teams do love to make those early rotations in week 3 and try and get themselves into the center of the zone as they prepare for the fights, as they prepare their compound for the late rotating teams and those fights. And of course, on our screens is going to be Triple Esports. We saw them in the overall league standing itself. They're sitting on the 17th position, and not a lot many points shy of toppling over Metershot. And of course, talking about Metershot itself, they're going to try their level best to, of course, get decent point conversion, because for Metershot also, there's been some ups and downs from them in week 3.
Certainly, Metershot Sky, after that 3 big win from their side in week number 2, week 1, week 3 was definitely not in their favor, because week number 1 they got what, like something 82 points. On week 3 up until now they have 53 points. It was only week 2 3 big wins that worked in their favor. That's where they are in a safe spot. I won't say in a safe spot, because the sword is still hanging. They are in the 16th spot. They need to amp up their aggression, or maybe if even if they are going for the passive, they need those points, the crucial points, because the way Triple Esports is performing right now, well, they are looking for the spot of Meteor Sky. Maybe they can contest 3x Esports as well, because 3x Esports yesterday was not their day. They were, I won't say it was not their day. That was very unfortunate the way the plots of Team 3x were taken down one after the other, when they were not even picking the fight. Mid rotations were not working for 3x Esports at all. So 3x Meteor Shot Sky, Triple Esports, they need to play the game very careful right now.
Absolutely. They need to play it safe, in fact, is what I'll recommend them. They need to play it with a very passive approach, perhaps. But again, that passive approach is what 3x applied, and that too did not favor them. The passive approach was applied from Metershot, and TFD were waiting right around the Novo Bridge to be able to bring them down, and then pushed on ahead to completely annihilate the players of course, Metershot that we saw. So yeah, a very tricky this week 3 has turned out to be for these teams as to how exactly should they tackle it. What I loved from BABLU, in fact, was that the over aggressive approach that they had, just like Regicide, was working flawlessly for them, and that in turn should hopefully continue forth for BABLU. If they keep on bringing that sort of an aggressive play, but not over aggression, because that is where BABLU does falter down as well. The over aggressiveness that they have within them, that goes against them so many times. Like right now, they're trying to make that early rotation, which is a perfect thing, and little do they know that of course Team Star's final player, not final player, my apologies, one player is right around in the vicinity, and now of course they have spotted that there was Razia, and just like that, they definitely are going to be trying to push on ahead from all different directions and take him down. But at the same point in time, we did see that when Team BABLU were making this rotation from the hill, there was another team that they got very, very close to. What if that team now decides to have a third-party approach in this fight? At the same time, it is 3x who taken on shots against TUF as well.
Well, certainly 3x Esports are engaging with TUF, but talking about the players of Team Star, that was an unwarranted rotation that came from the players of Team Star. They had the control of the Siverni. In fact, I was thinking the exact same thing, because I do remember in one of the games, Team Star went for an early rotation. They left the safety of the Siverni area. Later on, the final circle was in Siverni, and it became so difficult for Star to enter even into the Siverni area, and they kind of lost on their players. But right
True.
now, it is 3x Esports. They are getting few good points, defeat points, already 2 points in their favor. And position is also in the circle quite good as the circle takes a northern shift.
Oh, well, what a perfect zone. But again, we got to keep in mind that this is just too early. The zone is being very subtle about its changes, but as the game progresses into the next zone, the one later on is where the actual chaos is going to ensue. But never mind the chaos, because on our screens we've been hearing all the chaos, we've been listening at all the chaos, because the teams have already started taking down players. Now in all of this, we can see that the late rotation that was anticipated from I8 and Magnus is exactly what is taking place right now from the south. And now what they need to do is quickly utilize this opportunity to get into the zone from the south itself. Now if they overthink this approach and go from the Yasnaya region, I8 or Metershot, and there are so many teams waiting for them.
Even on the western front, the way grounders are going for a rotation, maybe they will be looking forward to hold the uphill areas of the shooting range, because that is completely unoccupied on the western front. So grounders might contest that position and can ruin things for the teams that are going for a late rotation from the side of west. But right now, H2E, well, they are well spread out across that hill area, and Reaper, this is not the compound he was hoping to hold on to, because right now H2E can spot him down any minute, or maybe H2E, they already had an idea there is a player in the compound, and Reaper 1v4 fight might be a little too much for him to deal with. But yes, Reaper from the side of TmW in week number 1 also, we did see this guy has showcased some good gameplays, but right now he's making an escape, and H2E is making sure that he doesn't do so. Knock comes in, and a confirmation also, that means TmW, they lost one of the player in the very early game.
Absolutely, and H2E were a perfect utilization of the opportunity that was showcased to them. And just 11 minutes in, again, so many fights that we have already seen, and the fights just do not want to stop. The players know exactly what is on the line and what is on the stake, and for that, they are willing to take these early fights, and that in turn is, of course, losing out on a few of their team members. For example, TmW that we just saw losing out on their teammate Reaper, but now they do not want to back down from that fight. We saw them take on those shots as well. On the other front, we have Magnus Esports trying to hold down the rotation of I8. Now I8 have jumped into the area, and of course they are going to be bringing in that nade. Blade bringing in a nade is going to be damaging Zen's position all the way down to almost a sliver of HP. Bucky should definitely be heard, and the spray should be coming in from the players of I8 any minute now, where indeed Magnus Esports' players should be taken an exit from this fight. They should try and not overextend this area, because they are out in the open, and that in turn can become very, very deadly for them, because right around the vicinity is going to be Quraysh Esports as well, who I'm sure are going to be listening to all this commotion that these two teams are making right across Yasnaya.
Well, certainly, Corey, the minute they smell blood, they hunt the players and they try to get few defeat points in their favor. So this is not the position, and that's what Magnus also realized. So they have backed off from this fight. But on the other side, the team that is overextending this fight is going to be I8. The split is coming from their side as two of the players are still hunting for Magnus Esports. Now a smart decision is coming from their side to regroup with their players because the split from the side of I8 has never worked. But on the other side, Quantum Ray, somewhere on the eastern side, shooting down the players of Triple Esports, well, they did pep a few bullets, but not significant damage has been dished out. So Quantum Rays, they also need to start making their move as a circle also takes a western shift, favoring the players of 52 rounders. Even a Reggie side also, but TOF also, they have a good position inside the circle. So that means they can keep themselves away from all those fights or the brawls happening in the circle because look at the position completely on the southern side where no team is present as of now.
Exactly, and that is where somewhere I believe and think that TUF can very well take this game in their favor. They should be able to, but again, the numbers advantage have definitely gone down for them, as we of course saw in the elimination that they were in a fight earlier on against 3x. But right now, as we move on towards another team that we were talking about rotating, is going to be the Grounders, who are getting close and close to TUF's position. But going back to what's on our screens, it's going to be Team BABLU, who are still out on the open, who's still trying to they're still undefined as to where exactly do they want to be able to make this rotation, and how exactly do they want to be able to position themselves. For now, what they're doing is going towards, of course, the northern side of the zone, which is working out flawlessly, but they're making a lot of noise around the shooting range, for which they can very well be punished from R3D, as R3D we saw have a clear line of sight as well as an opportunity to take on those long range shots. But thankfully R3D have decided to not overextend themselves in this fight, but they know that one of their opponent team is going to be right across that shooting range region. But alongside all of that, this is the third zone. Another minute or two, the zone is going to be constricting. That is where the reality of the zone and the area will get that much more clear as to who and which team is it going to be that might be looking like walking away with a chicken dinner. But on our screens, it's going to be Magnus Esports once again, an aggressive approach from their side against the players of Metershot. So from one side it was I8, they moved and regrouped, and now it is going to be Metershot that they are taking on these fights. But towards the top right hand side, we can see that there is another team as well, who I'm sure are just eagerly waiting to bring in a third party approach in this fight. And now Magnus falls back. This is just class 101 fight itself right now. They know that there is an opponent up top of that hill. Of course, when Metershot overaggressive, they are going to be the ones who might be able to bring in those nade parades against them. But let's see how this fight turns out to be. For now, it seems like Metershot X Sky is going to be moving away, which is definitely a good decision. But it seems on the other front, Quantum Rage seems to have caught on to the players of I8.
Well, certainly, Quantum Rage, they lost one of the players senior, but right now they're hunting the players of I8. And this is what I was talking about I8. Again, they are so scattered. This is not working for them. As Uzm is trying to regroup with his teammate, and Ghost taking the damage of the blue, and Quantum Rage still on the periphery. They are looking for defeat point. They've already got one defeat point, but IQ is going to retaliate as Triple Esports is also in the close proximity and finds a knock onto Triple Esports and gets a confirmation or as well onto Hunter. I8, well, they're picking up too many fights. Let's see if they can come out safely with all the players alive or not, because IQ still has his eyes set on Triple Esports, and Playzone takes on Psycho. That means Triple Esports, they're a little short on those healings. This is the moment when the other player of Triple Esports need to prioritize the circle. The vehicle is already ready, and so are the players of I8. But now their attention is towards the side of Quantum Rage, as Uzun with those grenades are trying to find an opening, and Goku takes a hefty damage, surviving on a sliver of HP.
Well, while this fight is going on, we saw a little bit of a sneak peek of the zone making a curveball shift itself, and that in turn has resulted in 52 Esports for now looking very comfortable. But same is the case for BABLU, who made that northern rotation. But I8, that was a little too close of a contestation right there. I8 need to make a move. They are towards the right hand side of the map itself, of the zone itself, and now I8, they just completely lose him, fell into the hands of the players of Quantum Rage, and that in turn has resulted in I8 and Quantum Rage both losing out on players.
Certainly, they are losing the players and they don't want it when all the 16 teams are still in the lobby. Elimination at this point might mean 0 placement points, but right now I8 looking for a revival. Is back on his feet, but he needs to batch up really fast. And H2E, the team that is running high confidence, and they have made their presence felt to not just one team, so many teams. And when you are attracting so much attention, that might not work in your favor. As I can see, Quraysh Esports is also in the close proximity. Two of the players of Quraysh are already inside the circle. That means I8 three defeat points, but they need those placement points. They need few good games in their hands as they're trying to go from the little northern side where Quraysh Esports might be there. But right now, Metershot Sky having a little bit of the elevation, trying to shoot in the direction of 3x Esports.
Absolutely, Metershot, they have definitely placed themselves at a decent position. Same perhaps can be said for the side of H2E as well, but they're all out in the open. So this is where the troubling fact actually comes in, that these teams that are taking on these fights, they are sadly stuck in a late rotation phase. But with that, the I8 rotation that was made, it seems like they have definitely made their presence felt against the players of Quraysh, where Quraysh Sardarji has gone down. But right now on our screens, it's going to be team H2E's Jaydi taking on those sprays and shots against the player of Magnus Esports, where Magnus Esports' player, a lot of damage was dealt. But towards the top right hand side, if we notice, there are so many colors, so many teams that can bring in a third party against H2E, and that is exactly what is right now, where they thought they were in control of the fight against Magnus, but I8 jumping along, and Uzum is the one who will bring in a knock and perhaps even get the finish point for himself, as team H2E get eliminated on the 15th spot.
Well, that was very unfortunate, but they are looking for redemption. They are looking for few good games and 7 defeat points, all the 4 plus inside the lobby. That means this can be the game of I8 Esports. But right now, Magnus and Roland has been knocked out. Smokes are being deployed to give the rescue to the fallen comrade, and finisher providing the perfect cover fire from the back lines. But Magnus, they need to be a bit careful, because on one side they have R3D, on other side I8 is also chiming in. So this is not the position they want to hold on. They have to pick the fight very carefully. But Halsey finds a confirmation on the Sensi of Groundus, but Evil Boy is going to retaliate and finds not just 1-2 knock onto Metershot Khatir as well as Halsey. On the other side, Evil Boy, well, looking for the confirmation, but can he find the confirmation? That's the main question. I think he can, and he's perfectly doing so. Metershot Sky, well, they're crumbling down one after another, and Ash is the last man standing as Groundus get 3 defeat points for themselves, all courtesy to Evil Boy.
Absolutely. Now again, these teams, Metershot, we saw I8, we saw Put making those rotations, but sadly it was Metershot who were right now caught in a lot of trouble of their own. Now on the right, we can see there are so many teams. Team Star with a one-man army, TUF with a one-man squad. Same is the case for Metershot as well. On our screens, they are of course now left with just a one-man army. Now for I8, the momentum that we were talking about that was missing from them, that seems to be revived. That seems to definitely be in control, because they've been able to get 10 elimination points for themselves, and the Grounders, they're just making waves in terms of the amount of damage that they're dishing out. But they're only a 2-man army, which is Evil Boy and Siu. For now, when it comes down to their positioning, they also need to be able to, of course, get this elimination point and run back along, because the zone is 70 meters away from them as well, and it is going to be out in the open, where the other teams are definitely waiting for TG, the Grounders, as well.
Well, it's like a deja vu moment for now, because 52 Esports again find themselves in the safety of the circle, right in the epicenter. Regicide having the complete western control as well. 2 of the players still need to make those rotation and move inside the safety of the circle. But right now, Hawk is the guy of R3D, creating a hell lot of trouble for I8 as Blade has been taken down, and Hawk being relentless with those grenades, looking for the confirmation onto Blade. Blade need to heal up really fast as the blue is also catching up, and let's see if his teammate can help him up. But somewhere else, also gets taken down. TmwEsports 666 taking the brunt of the blue, and Siu just when he stepped inside the circle, TmW was waiting for them and puts an end to Siu over that. That means Evil Boy is the last man standing from the side of Team Grounders.
Absolutely, but on our screens, TmW, they are definitely making their approach perfectly well, but all this while, they have not been able to sadly accumulate points for themselves. They've not been able to accumulate elimination points for themselves. And thankfully, on the other front, as we did just see I8, they were a little bit in a lackluster position. Now they seem to have gotten those heals done, and now they are ready for another fight, as we are left with R3D on our screens. Destroyer, the final player remaining, with 0 defeat points to his name as well, and he can definitely hear the buggies of course, Quraysh Esports also getting closer and closer to his position, where Quraysh Esports' player has also been knocked and damaged thanks to that nade.
Well, certainly, and JD is right now looking for the confirmation, but he's lobbing all those grenades in a very wrong direction. Quraysh Esports still being the silent, and Destroyer can be that ugly pawn who can gatekeep the players of Quraysh Esports. But right now, Hasni, his attention is towards the players of I8, and the way it is dominating the lobby right now. 10 defeat points already in their favor, but every single time the circle is going away from them, away from their hands. And Jojo of a 52 esports finds an knock onto Usm, but thankfully his teammates are in the close proximity, so that means a revival is still possible. But Team BABLU also has their attention towards I8, and Pan with the TP looking for a knock. And it's not just two teams, at the third team also, TmW 666 also trying to get knocks onto I8 with those grenades.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a chaotic final fights that we are looking at right now between these 10 teams, because of all from the far away we saw BABLU taking on shots and sprays against I8 and were able to bring in a little bit of a damage. At the same time, TMW's M7 is also the one who is bringing in a lot of nade parade, but it seems like his team now gets eliminated. That's going to be TMW getting eliminated on the 10th finish, 10th position with 0 elimination points to them, and that's all thanks to 52 Esports. As was mentioned by you earlier, 52 Esports, they're looking in a very good position as well as I8. The momentum is definitely looking in their favor. They've got all 4 players, but Hasni all by his lonesome. How much damage can he bring in right here? He's already been able to bring down, I believe, one of the players, 2 of the players in fact, and along with that, a third party approach could have very well I8 getting eliminated, and that's exactly what happens. Quraysh Esports sadly only gets 1 elimination point from that, because it is BABLU who are able to bring himself, the Byan especially, who's able to bring in his prey and connect those shots against I8's position, and thus walked away with, of course, those elimination points stolen away. But for now, again, 3 teams remain with only a one-man squad. 2 teams looking very comfortable. One of them, of course, 52 Esports on our screens. Second one going to be Regicide.
Well, it's looking like history is repeating. Yesterday also, Regicide 52, BABLU were inside the circle with the numbers advantage, and this time also 52 having the complete center safe spot for themselves. But it is Regicide right now who are closing the distance towards the side of 52 esports. But beyond, he has an idea. There is a player crawling in the grass, and that is Destroyer for now. Let's see if they can find him and eliminate him, because right now R3D, he's not moving any muscle. Destroyer is being so silent. He's just waiting for the next circle, as Regicide Noki is closing the distance towards 52 esports, lobbing few good grenades. One of the player of 52 takes a hefty damage. He needs to heal up, and this is where 52 needs to back off, because they are in a very close proximity, and those grenades can be deadly. And Joker, he needs to heal ASAP.
Wow, okay. Now this has turned into a bit more of a chaotic game than was anticipated, as of course the nades are still continuing on forth between R3D and of course 52 Esports. Now they are so very close in front of each other. Any third party can be brought on against them and can definitely capitalize, but can and will BABLU do that or not? Because BABLU is the one for which the momentum is looking very comfortable, but on our screens, Regicide again, they do not want to back out of the trench. Same is the case for 52 Esports. The only thing that's keeping them from the third party approach is definitely the zone, but also especially the smoke walls that they've of course dropped in right here, where none other player is able to spot out, and it's only the nade parade that is bringing in a lot of damage. But now it seems like the numbers have dwindled down in terms of those utilities, as Regicide's Nocto not left with any smoke. All he can do is now try and lob that nade to get them to get 52 esports to back out. But before he can do so, it seems like of course 52 esports will be able to jump in along. They've already confirmed 1 elimination point. Second one has already been knocked down. Now Regicide are on the run on the background, but 52 esports, they are being too over aggressive, and this is where their numbers can whittle down, as third parties they need to keep in mind are still remaining. And that's where BABLU also, was it BABLU?
Yeah.
No. What a third party once again it has turned out to be. Usama, so close to Wolflers. Absolutely no idea.
Oh, shoot!
What?
Is he even connected? Yes, he is connected, but why is he shooting? He doesn't want to give his position away because he had no cover. He realized that the minute he's going to shoot in the direction of Wolf, Pan will take him down. So Usma, very smart gameplay coming from his side, but right now he's having his heart in his mouth. But Pan finds a confirmation onto Jojo of 52 with that perfect grenade. But Osama, this time he's going to chime in, not just with his bullets, but grenade. Can he connect the perfect? And yes, he does.
Oh, what a 1000 IQ play that was from Osama, of course. Now, for BABLU teammates, what Wolf is going to be thinking is that nade came in from 52 Esports. And of course, Little do they know that it is Team Star's Osama who was the one who was able to spot him down, and now it seems like Osama is going to be jumping up on
Whoa.
lane and taking down the players of BABLU. It is a 1v3 situation between these two, and now that has converted into a 1v1 where Osama still has a lot of opportunity to be able to bring down this fight in his favor. And of course, PUBG Esports have been given a little bit of a breather as Osama decided to finally act in the position that he was in. Now, BABLU Pan, he's so far out. Zebian is so far away. This game that could have been BABLU's, just being too over aggressive and not being careful of your surrounding, it seems to have definitely taken it away from them. But 52 Esports, they have the cover of those tree trunks, of that drop loot. Why are they being so passive, I wonder?
They are looking for the revival, but 52 Esports, yes, they are being passive. Maybe they are looking for the winner chicken dinner because they need it. They are on the bottom, and finally 52 finds a confirmation onto Pan over there, but Zabian is going to retaliate as he is going to take Mojo down. But Joker, he has his crosshairs set onto Zabian. Can he take Zabian down? But on the other side, Team Star, Osama, well, the man with 1,000 IQ is still there, and he's going to chime in and eliminate Joker over there. And 52 Esports has been eliminated. Now it's a 1v1 fight between Team BABLU and Team Star. And Osama, the way this guy is playing right now, well, he can do so. He can get this win.
Oh, yes. Oh, definitely. Because I don't believe BABLU Zabian has any idea. He has an idea as to what angle the player is in, but he has absolutely no clue the position. And that is where Osama can definitely play his game absolutely to perfection. And I cannot believe what's happening in front of my eyes, because Team Star jumped in along with only a 3-man army, and now it seems like he has the opportunity to take this chicken dinner by himself. But it was the zone that gave him a little bit more of a damage as he was at the edge, and that, along with, of course, the combined bullets coming in from Zabian's BABLU Zabian, apologies, has resulted in Team BABLU getting this beautiful chicken dinner. But what a close game Team Stars Osama played right there. 1,000 IQ. I mean, he has to be given the MVP, even if he only had 1 or 2 eliminations. He has to be given the MVP.
Well, if it was in our hands, we would definitely give Osama the MVP title, because it deserves it. The way the IQ gameplay came in, knocking down Wolf, not with the bullets, instead with a grenade, and then taking down Pan, clutching it out while lying out there in the open. It's not so easy in such a tough lobby when the best teams of the Pakistani region are out there. But Osama did so, and even the composure he kept, that was also very impressive. But 52 Esports, that was very unfortunate. The minute BABLU got taken down, 3 players of Team BABLU got taken down, it was entirely 52 Esports gameplay.
Absolutely. And with that, of course, we'll talk more about what happened in this game and the upcoming games. But for now, it's time to go on that short little break. Stick around. We're going to be right back. Hello and welcome once again to right here PMPL Pakistan region for 2022. All thanks to, of course, Oppo for making this all happen and sponsoring it. Now for that, we now need to jump back into what happened in this game. This was the best game to start the day, of course, where, of course, on Erangel we saw BABLU bring in a perfect chicken dinner for themselves, but Team Stars Osama was so very close to clutching it. But let's have a look at the MVP, Shadow.
And I think it is not Osama, it is something from someone from Team BABLU, or maybe I.
Yes,
it is Zabian with 6 elimination points and 1,000 plus damage, 1,092 damage. This guy is having, and he is responsible for getting that win also, because if I remember correctly, when Team BABLU was fighting outside the safe circle, every single team was outside the safe circle. It was Zabian, the first man to hold a good spot inside the very final circle, and that kind of paid off in the last 1v1 fight as well. but followed by Zibian is going to be Uzm and IQ. Well, this time I8, well, they are showing the signs of a comeback.
They definitely are, and it is looking very good at the start to, of course, the day right here. If we talk about this team, but along with that, of course, Team BABLU also starting off with a very good game right here will definitely boost their morale in terms of, again, I mean, talking about that math summary, highest elimination goes in favor of, course, Sibian, highest damage goes in favor of him, along with the highest assist. So this itself will clearly boost the morale of the players of Team BABLU and maybe even bring back their name on the map of Miramar.
Well, that is certainly possible because Team BABLU, yes, they had a good foothold in Miramar in the previous season. This time it's all in Erangel when it comes to BABLU, but they have worked on Sanhok also. They got a win in Sanhok also at one game. But this time in the match ranking, we have 52 Esports on second spot with total of 18 points and I8. Well, I can safely say I8 were experimenting few different things because they were preparing themselves for the finals, because after such a performance, getting 13 elimination points, well, I8, they're still in the form, they're ready for the finals, and 15 points already to them.
Absolutely, but along with that, let's see where exactly is this day going to be taking us. To start the day, this was a really good Erangel game, most certainly. But we know now, today being an Erangel day, things are definitely going to change in terms of how these teams have made the rotation. It worked out for them. But the second game that we will look at, when the second Erangel of the day will come, then we'll see what changes, if at all any, the teams are going to be making in terms of their rotation, in terms of the drop contestation itself or not. But for now, again, we are going to be, of course, talking about the highlights themselves, because again, there were so many chaotic fights that took place in this game. I mean, it was from the start itself, we were looking at from the 7-minute onward, 5-minute onwards, so many players taking on shots, so many teams going on down to just a one-man army, which again kept on happening till the final zone itself.
Well, certainly, so many chaotic fights were there on the eastern side, southern side, every single where. It was only western side. All the teams that were present on the western or the northern side were in the final circle. Team Star, BABLU also, Grounders also, they had a good position from the very start. That kind of paid off, but all the other teams that were coming from the eastern side, well, they had to pick up so many multiple fights. That is where I8 capitalized. Instead of they have 2 placement points, but still they have managed to grab 13 elimination points. That is something impressive. But that is where all the players were in the crosshairs of Hasmi over there. If they had a little scattered position, maybe they wouldn't have been eliminated.
Absolutely, and but all in all, again, 50 Esports, they definitely tried their level best. They were just got a little too passive, and maybe perhaps in fact thought they could take on those players and by themselves, which in turn, of course, did not favor them. And it was Team Star's IQ, and this is where again he jumped out of the blues. Had he not jumped out of the blues, perhaps it could have gotten a little too close for comfort for Team BABLU Zibian right there. But once again, that is what the cookie had to crumble like on this map. And with that, we do have, of course, the damage draft where two teams definitely rating Manhattan right here, from BABLU to, of course, I8. What a perfect storyline being showcased from them. Of course, the points that were missing from I8, they definitely are going to be on the rise from this game on.
Well, most certainly, 13 elimination, 2 placement, total 15 points in a single game. This is what I were looking for. They were not looking for the points. They were looking for an aggressive gameplay. That is something they delivered in style. Close to uh, 2260 damage that have been dishing out. So yes, I8 good performance from their side, and H2E also. Yes, they have been dishing out good damage, 52 and Regicide, but they were not able to grab too many points. But Regicide were able to do so. They are sitting on the top with 164 points. Freestyle on second with 134 points, but 52. They have taken a jump of 3 points.
Well, let's see now. Again, Team BABLU also sitting on that 10th position. But moving ahead from this to the second page itself, let's see how big a leap are we going to be looking at on the second page. Because again, the points difference that we spoke about earlier at the start of the day itself isn't that much between the teams that we are going to be looking forward to, especially because of this being the final week 3, being the final week before we jump into the grand finals. Right now, what we're going to be crucially looking forward to is the top 12 who are going to be playing that extra map of Livik tomorrow, the final game that will be played. For now, the difference isn't that much, and that is something for which I8, Metershot X, I mean, all these teams, in fact, sitting from the 13th all the way down to 20th, they're going to have to really push in the bars today and today's games to perhaps be a part of the Livik map tomorrow.
Well, I8, if they deliver a few good games just like this, they can definitely be in the top 12. But talking about the other teams that are struggling, Faulty Devils, TmwEsports, Metershot, 3x, let's see if they can do so. Magnus, still the sword is hanging, and so is for the other team sitting on the 12th position also. But talking about the schedule, Team BABLU got the win in the very first Erangel. Now it's the time for Miramar, where Group D will be sitting out. And Group D, we have Quantum Rage, Team Grounders, Regicide, and 3x Esports.
Exactly. Now in Group D, we are of course going to be missing the grounders from the map of Miramar, because on the map of Miramar the grounders had started to showcase a little bit of a better playstyle that was working for them as well. But again, like you said, this time around they're going to be of course moving out, and Group E will participate, for which, I mean, from that we know that freestyle team Quraysh North Esports as well as TFD are going to be the ones who will be participating. So definitely a good change of pace that will be showcased in the map. And of course, along with that, it is the time to bring up the prediction bar, and it is time to also answer what team are we going to be choosing for that prediction. From my side, Shadow, I'm going to be going with freestyle. Fingers crossed. Again, I have no idea. Team Quraysh could very well be the one who could do it, but which team are you going to be picking?
I want I8 because they missed it this time, so I think they are still looking for more points. They're looking kill point hungry, finish point hungry right now, so they
Right.
are going to definitely deliver a good performance in the map of Miramar as well.
Well, again, fingers crossed for both of our predictions, because week 3 has been a very chaotic one. Every single day has been a chaotic one, where predicting has become almost next to impossible. Every single time we jump in with a different day and a different game, things are going on a different tangent and a different toll itself. For it all, yeah, again, it's all up in the air. But for now, what we'll do is that hope for the best, in fact, hope for the best aggressive plays, and hope that the best teams are able to, of course, get the masala rolling, so to say, get closer and closer to the points that they are going to be then able to capitalize from and be a part of the Livik map. That's exactly what I was trying to look at right here. That when it comes to that Livik map itself, we have the grounders sitting on the 12th position right now. They have other opportunities, and tomorrow will be a different day as well. But if they don't pick up the pace from the upcoming game that they will be playing, then things can go a little south for them to participate in that Livik map.
And Grounders got a win in the league also, so they would be looking for an
True.
opportunity this time to grab more bonus points for themselves, because the win is going to help their case in the finals if they qualify for the finals. So yes, they are certainly looking to be in the top 12, so they want to deliver a safe performance, a consistent performance in the whatever remaining games they have. I think 7 games they have remaining for themselves.
Right.
So yeah, they want to
Absolutely.
approach every single game with a strategic mindset and not engage in unnecessary, unwarranted fights.
Absolutely, that is going to be critical key, especially for today as well as tomorrow, and perhaps not for some teams like, for example, I8 or Metershot, for that matter, because they are the ones who need a lot more points. The only way they can accumulate those many points is if they start over aggressing, and that is something that we saw right now coming in from the side of course, I8, which worked out flawlessly for them. Let's just like you said, hope for the best and keep our fingers crossed that this upcoming game also ends up going in their favor itself, and perhaps allows them to slowly but surely rise up, because right now, with the way that they were able to bring up their numbers, they are in close contestation. If that momentum continues on the map of Miramar also, then it is surely no doubt that maybe they can even rise up on that overall league leaderboard itself, all the way to the top. Because for now, it is Magnus who's sitting up on top, and there is a little bit of a point difference between, of course, I8 and Magnus, but perhaps that also can be rectified if I8 keep playing like this.
Certainly, they want to play in the map of Leavik, because that is what is going to help their case in the finals, because they already have accumulated, like you also mentioned, good points, the good bonus points for themselves. They don't want to miss the opportunity in week number 3 So this day and the coming day, I8 will definitely try and make sure they are in top 12 or maybe in better than top 12, top 10 position as well, if they can do so. So yes, I8 they will continue the streak of good performances in today's day, because leaving is crucial for every single team, because finals, in the
Exactly.
finals at the line we have not just the finals prize money, it's the SA championship also, because the top 6 teams will qualify for the SA championship, so you need those points to be in top 6.
Absolutely, and of course, it also gives you a boost. It gives you a really good boost as you prepare for the grand finals, and then you've got a team who is not going to be participating in the Livik map. But if they end up being in the grand finals, the other teams that they're going to be competing against, they're going to have to do an extra effort to overcome the already awarded points that the other teams who participated in the Livik map will be walking in with. So yes, it is a little bit of a tricky play, but also at the same point of time, it builds up an opportunity for the teams that are underperforming to always be on the lookout to convert every single last game in their benefit, because they have an opportunity to make that comeback. Week 3 has been a clear eye opener that this format, the new format, is definitely working. It is definitely changing the way the players, the teams are actually strategizing the entirety of the league itself, which is definitely a good thing. And of course, for now, we're only just waiting for the Miramar map to take flight, to of course let us know as to where exactly the flight path is going to be. Now we know that I8 is going to be playing. That means on Los Leones, that team is always going to go there. There is no two ways about it. But alongside that, can we anticipate another team to maybe, because I really want to be able to see if at all there would be another team that would, if not close to them, but definitely try and push them a little lower in terms of the morale boost that they were able to get from this chicken dinner.
Well, certainly, even this time, like you said, Team Pablo can also go for the spin, because already the momentum has been set for Team Pablo. They got a big win, and Miramar has
Right.
always been their strong point. This is a very known territory, very known geography for the players of for the players of Team Pablo over there. So yes, Team Pablo will be looking for another good performance, but maybe Magnus also, because in Magnus drop location in Miramar, it's very crucial. They are somewhere in the center position. Rotations are not such a big problem for Magnus Esports when it comes to even Erangel also. So maybe last time Magnus in Erangel they had a bad performance. This time they will be looking for a redemption. Might be not the correct word, because they're already on the top spot. Few good points for themselves. Let's say.
Let's see where exactly is it going to take, where exactly is this game going to take us actually. For now, as we do have the early known drop locations, that of course for 50 Esports is going to be towards that Ruins trailer park region, which is again their comfort zone because they like to play it safe. On the other front, we have of course Metershot, who also like to play it safe and try and drop a little further out from the early aggression at least, and that is what they're going to be working towards. On the other front, a change in any drop location that could have been anticipated is going to be no one, because for I8, well, they have the Los Leones. For North Esports, they have Los Leones, wherein both of those teams never go against each other. And for BABLU now, again, BABLU is making that late rotation. It seems like they're going to be going towards the side of their prison island, where they drop and then make that rotation towards Montenueno, which is for now going to be absolutely pristine for them, because there is going to be no team, at least for now, in their path as they make that rotation. But talking about Metershot up north, all by their lonesome, the zone going to be favoring them. This is looking like a very good start for Metershot, at least for now.
Well, certainly, because the entire northern area is unoccupied. They can go for any of the drop location. Even Quantum Rage is sitting this one out. So this that means even Kemper Miltar, Tore, Emuda, every single uh, area or terrain of northern side is quite empty. Even Team Star right now they're somewhat in the epicenter, followed by Quirty, also TmW. These three teams might be looking for a good performance from their side, and the way Quirty has been delivering performance, especially in Miramar yesterday, also the way Gravity from the side of Team Quirty is playing, I think Quirty can also uh, get this one map in their bag, can get a win in this one, because they were looking for it yesterday. They missed it, but maybe this is the day when they can get it, because zone and everything is favoring them right now.
Absolutely. And again, you talk about QWERTY, the way they were able to bring up their prowess play, that was phenomenal from their side. And of course, that is something that was known from the side of T20 QWERTY to do earlier as well. But then things kind of changed, and then now there's been a lot of ups and downs and shifts in terms of how Team T20 QWERTY has approached this PMPL at least. But along with that, of course, on our screens, it is going to be once again Team Star with only a three-man army. But this time, there is no complaint at all from their side, because last time, first game of the day itself, the way the game was changed from just a one-man army from Team Star, that was impeccable. No one could have predicted that at the start, but that was just impeccable. So right now also there definitely could be a possibility for Team Star to do the same with a three-man approach. On the other front, talking about early contestations or perhaps first blood situations, there don't seem to be many teams or many teams possibility, perhaps, apart from maybe the center. Let's see if we can have a contestation right there between TmW, I believe it is very close in proximity against T20 QWERTY, but we'll see, and we'll come back to that. For now, I8, a team that has showcased a comeback, a perfect comeback, in fact, where the amount of defeat points, elimination points that they got were perfect for them. Apart from that, the momentum that was missing from I8, that we were questioning as to what exactly has happened, somehow they seem to have found it. I wonder how teams do this. Then that's the reason why I said earlier as well, when I spoke to you as well as Fix, is that maybe it's all a strategy coming in from I8. Maybe they do not want to be pushing on every single game, and therefore they just playing it a little too safe, and therefore they were losing out on the opportunities in week 3. And now they are on the rise, just like that, just like a flip of a switch, perhaps.
No, now I think it's more of a trying new things, experimenting new things for the finals, and maybe for the SA Championship also, because Team I8, a team as strong as I8, is definitely looking forward at the bigger picture. They are looking for a SA Championship. They want to be in the top six, which they can do so if they are consistent in the finals. Because being in top six in this kind of a lobby is not so easy, and they have big competition in the name of Magnus as well, and the way other teams are stepping up their gameplay. Team I8 needs to bring that X factor in the finals. They need to bring something new, and maybe that is what they were experimenting from this in this entire week. Uh, that could be the reason. But on the other side, a team that has changed their drop location this time is going to be H2E. This time they are towards the side of Montenegro instead of on Lock Higos or Prison area. This could be a game changer for them, because already the circle is a few meters away from them. That means the rotations are going to be easy for them. But if they head a little north, they are going to find the plus of Triple Esports. And Triple Esports, well, they are also performing really good in this one, in this particular week, but they need those points. The sword is hanging on their head, and Triple Esports, every single game is going to matter a lot for this team, because right now they're sitting on the 16th or 17th spot somewhere. So let's see how many points they can grab, because every single point they need it badly.
Oh, definitely. They most certainly do. And they are working towards it, which is looking very good. And they're reading the lobby really well as they get ready for those rotations. On the other front, FS, Freestyle, going to be playing their first game of the day. We've seen them walk away with the chicken dinners on the map of Miramar earlier as well. So perhaps today could be an opportunity, a chance that could perhaps revive the old FS once again back. But looking at the teams for now, again, it is the map of Miramar, so it is always a little slow paced process when it comes to Miramar. But slowly but surely, teams are making those rotations as they try and once again go towards the center of the zone itself. For now, Magnus in close proximity to FS's players as well.
Well,
But
certainly
there does not
parallel rotation. I'm sorry.
rep. But there does not seem to be any contestation between this rotation. There does not seem to be any player wanting to take shots.
certainly parallel, like I was saying, parallel rotations are coming from the side of Magnus and Freestyle. But if this time, at this moment, if Magnus and FS try to engage in any kind of fight, there are other teams that are also rotating from the close proximity, and they can try and do a third party. So this is not a situation or a position from where FS should be looking for a fight with Magnus.
That is true. And at least they know exactly where the team is, and it's vice versa, definitely, between both of these teams. But for now, H2E have also made that rotation into the zone. Now, slowly but surely, the number of teams in the zone are increasing. We've got FS Malik being shot upon, of course, as we did just see. Magnus made that quick run towards the compound, and then found their crosshairs exactly where FS were approaching from. At the same time, FS have a different team in mind that they want to be able to accumulate points from, and that's going to be North Esports' position. FS is again overextending, as you perfectly mentioned, and that in turn has resulted in the team getting split up. And in fact, one of their players, Malik, already gone down. And the revival is not going to be easy because Magnus's players, they are all from all individual angles. Their crosshairs are set up, and in fact, a flank angle is also being created. So perhaps FS right now could probably be one of the teams, or in fact, it definitely looks like it could be the team that might be eliminated in the first spot itself. But with that, Freestyle's Wasi up on top from the hill, definitely utilizing that flank angle that he was waiting for. And that in turn, of course, the trade has now been made. Now, for this, FS should be able to, at least if nothing else, recuperate, get all the team members together. And same will be the approach, perhaps, for the side of course, Magnus as well.
Certainly, Vasi's position was very crucial in that particular fight. Although they were not able to save their teammate Malik, but still, good damage has been given to the plus of Magnus. They are also one shot, but right now, Quraysh Esports, they're shooting in the direction of North Esports as Ahmad gets taken down, and Sardarji with the tempo 16 is looking for a confirmation. But Zameen, can he go for the revival? Smokes are already being deployed, but before that, Ahmad gets confirmed. A defeat point has been earned by Sardarji over there, but North Esports. Now the trouble is for them because they have lost 2 players. Quraysh, on the other side, they have the 3 plus remaining. So they are outnumbered, North Esports are outnumbered, and they are out there in the open. Yes, their backs are safe, they are on the periphery of the circle, but on the little southern side are the players of FS also that can do a third party that can chime any minute. And even Magnus is also in the close proximity. So Quraysh and North Esports needs to be a bit careful and wait for the next circle, or maybe just find a better spot inside the circle. Talking about the best position, a team that has worked on the rotation this particular week is going to be 52 Esports. The way every single time they find the best spot, even in the final circle, that is very impressive. Right now, also 52 are somewhere close to the center of the circle, away from all the congestion on the western side, having a height advantage as well. So again, 52 in terms of the placement or position, looking very good.
Absolutely. And best part for them, of course, was that the zone was towards the northern side. All they had to do was a straight line from Ruins, and no team dropped in towards the north. And with that, we've got Triple Esports taking on shots against H2E, where, of course, JD, one of the most aggressive players from H2E, has been eliminated. One finish point will be converted for Triple Esports right there. But these early fights that these teams are taking is giving away their positions, and that in turn can, of course, invite a lot of third party against them as well, as we just saw that Team Star right in front have exactly the knowledge where Triple Esports is. Same is the case for 52 Esports as well, as I'm sure 52 Esports must have heard these shots that were taken from Triple Esports. But let's see if it all trade will be placed right here in this fight or not. On the other front, we do have TUF's Edgar trying to bring in a nade against, of course, the rotating team of Team BABLU. Now, Team BABLU, we saw earlier, had made a rotation from the southwestern side of the map. Right now, they're out in the open, of course, and very close in proximity against the players of TUF, where TUF have themselves a little scattered. So that flank could very well work out for TUF, or not as well, because the approach that Team BABLU have made towards the top right-hand side of the map, we can see, is a perfect circle that they're trying to draw against the positioning of Team TUF. But for now, no trade has taken place for BABLU. in this fight at least. But the information right there being given away, and TUF making that rotation, trying to get away from the open area that they were in, has of course been awarded with a little bit of a bullet spray coming in from Zebian, none other, from Team BABLU.
Well, certainly, BABLU, they were trying to converge the players of TUF from all the three directions, but the moment the circle has taken a shift, now they are prioritizing the circle and the position inside it. But right now, other teams that can go for a collision are going to be Magnus player because they are coming from the eastern side, and Metershot Sky, they are on the periphery. Perfect position to gatekeep Magnus or dish out a lot of damage, but a team that is still keeping themselves away from all the commotion in the fight and having a hard compound for themselves is going to be I8 Esports. All the four players are sticking together. The basics have been connected from the side of I8 Esports, and that is where Erangel also they managed to get good defeat point for themselves, and I think this time also they will be looking to do so because up until now they're just focusing on the position. They're just focusing on the position, playing by the circle. But from backlines, FS is also trying to come in. But TUF Joker sir, well, he's having a hard time to find a safe spot or a safe compound for himself and his team as they're trying to rotate from the close proximity to Koti.
Absolutely. And talking about T-Quality, they have a perfect compound and a two-man split for which they are ready. They are definitely ready for if TUF or any other team tries to approach their compound, and it seems like it is going to be none other than TUF getting in close proximity against the players and positioning of I8. Now I8 easily able to dominate as they are going to be able to bring down Virus and take away that point as well. So one defeat point to start the game for I8, looking very comfortable in Hacienda for now as I8 have the entire warehouse to themselves. And sadly for now, again, when it comes down to the circle itself, the circle is going to be making a shift in another 50 seconds, and that is where the trouble for I8 could start brewing because they are towards Hacienda, which is towards the southern side. But before they move out, of course, they need to complete this fight, and of course, it is FS that is going to be crosshairs in, and Vasi is going to be able to bring in that spray and shot, and just like that, where I8 thought that they've already taken down TUF's Virus, now the compound is safe. It is going to be Freestyle's Wasi who makes his presence felt and brings down Blade. For now, of course, sadly, though, trade has not, the point has not been converted for FS. Blade from that smoke wall definitely will be able to fall back, and that in turn will be able to get all the four players of I8 back up again. Now FS one by one approach is the worst thing that you can do, and that's exactly what they're doing once again, which we've seen from them earlier, and that lackluster approach is what results in the players of FS going down a little too early. Now that aggression, we need to see if this is going to be able to capitalize for them or not. Of course, one of their players was left, Malik, and now it is all boiling down to the final player from I8 to be able to push on. No, two players from the side of I8. IQ was from the outside pushing into the compound, and Zarbaf. It is a 1v1 situation between these two teams, and the nade against, of course, Zarbaf could be the end that, of course, FS did not anticipate. And this earlier push, this early push actually helped out Zarbaf. I thought the nade would actually get him, but it is I8 getting eliminated, and in turn, even though they lost out on another player of theirs, Wasi, Mom2 was already down. It was all down to one-man army. Zarbaf, he was able to capitalize just like he did in the previous game as well.
And with that, my
Oh, my
prediction
apologies,
also
previously
goes
as well.
down.
Well, it is tough. Exactly. It is a very tough week to be able to predict. I8 goes down. FS not looking good. FS down to a two-man squad, barely. And 15 teams still surviving. So yeah, this is a tough thing to predict in this week especially. But what is consistent, of course, as you perfectly mentioned, is H2E's rotation, of course, and 52 Esports perhaps as well.
Certainly, 52 H2E, they are looking in a bit better position right now inside the circle. But on the other side, what just happened with TMW? A vehicle explosion, and the players are falling one after another. Quraysh Esports was present right over there to capitalize on the situation, and now they have lost onto their players. Let's see, Quraysh Esports still looking very good, but talking about Faulty Devils, one defeat point for them, but they're a little far away from the circle. In fact, few thousand meters away from the circle. This is the moment when they have to prioritize the circle. But on the northern side, we can already see a team in yellow and violet, that is going to be Magnus Esports and Metershot Sky. Well, Magnus having the complete northern control for them. can be a thing that can provide them a big win in this one, because Magnus was also looking for redemption. They are still looking for the point, because up until now they have been pretty silent, and other player that is very silent is going to be Reaper. He's hiding behind the Mirado.
Indeed, this is very tricky, of course. Along with that, R3D get eliminated. 14 teams remaining right now. T20 QWERTY on our screens. A team that we do anticipate to be able to, of course, get decent points from this game. But Magnus has made that northern rotation, and they definitely are going to be in good contestation for this game from north. But we'll have to see if that'll be the case or not, as 52 Esports are going to be in the center still. With that, FS do get eliminated. Decent amount of elimination points for them, but sadly they will not be able to continue in their journey as they get finished off from this lobby at 14th position. Now, of course, Magnus making that rotation from the north. Right in front of them is going to be Metershot. Does Metershot Sky know where Magnus's esports players are going to be approaching? On the other side, on the front, we do have TFD against the players of NES. Now, NES, they are locked horns. They have nowhere to go. And this nade from Styler could very well be the end of NES's opportunity to walk away with decent points, as they are going to get eliminated with 4 eliminations of their own. And on the other side, it seems like Magnus, they tried to bring in that surprise approach against Metershot, but it was none other than Team Star, I believe, who got the better half of finisher right there.
Yes, it was Sultana from the safety of the compound that took down finisher over there, and Zen is looking to bail out his fallen teammate right now. And Faster, it's all upon him to make sure that Metershot Sky doesn't retaliate or close in the distance towards the side of Magnus Esports. But 40 Devils, 5 defeat points already in their name. They eliminated the entirety of North Esports over there. But right now, a big challenge is in front of them. That is going to be QWERTY over there. All the 4 players of QWERTY who are also looking for holding the position inside the circle, and Khan was the first man to do so, and he's been taken down by Quraysh Esports over there. Another player of QWERTY falls down. That means QWERTY, they are also crumbling one after another, and the last player has also been eliminated by Khatir of Metershot Sky. That means QWERTY wins bye at 12th spot. Right now, Magnus Esports, they have revived finisher over there, and Metershot Sky, lot of trouble. A lot of trouble, as Halsey is the last man standing in that little shack, and all the 3 players of Magnus Esports are marching towards him, and 1v3 is a way too much for Halsey, but can he clutch it out? Chances are very slim, but let's see. Let's find out. He takes down one before he try and take down Faster. Faster will eliminate him, and Metershot Sky bits by at 11th spot.
Absolutely. But now for Magnus, even though this was a good fight for them, they have, of course, Drolin lost finisher. They might not be able to, of course, revive, because this is the 5th zone, and they need to hurry up to get into the zone, and that's exactly what they're going to be doing and approaching from the northern side. For that, we do have 52 Esports waiting, Quraysh Esports waiting as well. So the rotation is not going to be easy for the side of this team. On the other front, if we talk about the center, once again, the zone shifting along, going to be favoring and helping the players of Triple Esports. But let's see what this fight is going to be like, because Quraysh Esports, they are prepared, they are ready, and now they seem to have their crosshairs triggered towards the players of Team BABLU as well. On our screens though, on the center compound, it is 52 Esports who seem to be jumping on along to the opportunity that they got by taking down Thug from Triple Esports, and now they want to be able to eliminate the entirety of the squad of Triple Esports, where Triple Esports have 2 elimination points confirmed for them, but the numbers advantage is something that is perhaps not favoring 52 Esports, if I'm not mistaken, because 52 Esports' one player is still outside the zone.
Yes, Mojo, but he's little few meters away. He can make it safely inside the circle, but he's a little far away from his teammates who need his help as soon as possible, because they are in a close frontal battle with Triple Esports, and Triple Esports their attention has been divided as they're picking fight with Magnus as well. With that, Quraysh Esports wins bye at 8th spot, courtesy to the plus of TFD and Magnus. They were becoming the patty in the sandwich, but right now Magnus Esports, they are nearby the doorstep of Triple Esports. The Psycho and Hunter along with him eliminates Faster over there. But no, it's Sad Boy who stole all the thunder and the defeat point from the hands of Triple Esports and got it for themselves. With that, Magnus Esports also bids bye-bye. But TFD, Faulty Devils, what is happening? 10 defeat points. They are dominating. They are looking for defeat points in every single direction. One of the teammates has been eliminated, and Sadboy is the last man standing. But Triple Esports, now they have all the attention towards the 52 Esports player, and 52, all the three players are again back on the feet.
Indeed, they are. And this is where 52 Esports are going to be in very good contestation for this game. 6 teams do remain. All 4 players from 52 Esports are surviving. Triple Esports are getting naded upon, but this from Joker, all the nades that he's been able to bring up has not been able to bring in any damage whatsoever at all. And in fact, now he's out of utilities. The overutilization of those utilities over there from the side of 52 Esports has resulted in vain, at least in this aggressive fight. And they need to be careful because there are still other teams that they need to take on fights from. And that's exactly what Mojo right there seemed to be doing. And this is where it seems like Team H2E is going to be approaching this fight as well, or are they just no, they're just closing into the fight. Where 52 Esports, they are divided. They are a 2-man split army as of now, and Triple Esports, they're just waiting down. They are just holding on their fort. They are just preparing for the onslaught that 52 Esports is bringing towards them. And on the back, we did just see Team BABLU seem to have also tried to make an approach, an entrance in towards this zone as well as this compound.
Well, most certainly Team BABLU having the numbers advantage as well, and TUF also with 2 men being so very silent, and H2E also. All the teams, H2E, TUF, Team BABLU, they're waiting for 52 and Triple Esports to fight amongst each other. But now BABLU is chiming in as they're looking for a few defeat points on TUF. But one of the player has been taken down by Joker Sir with that shot, and they need to revive, and an easy revival might come in. But TUF, they need to move a few meters inside the circle right now and leave the safety of the hard compound which they are having. And Team BABLU, well, their crosshairs are still onto Joker Sir as Edgar again gets taken down. The smoke, will it help Joker Sir's case? Let's find out. And the answer is no. From the height advantage, Team BABLU will put it into Joker Sir, and TUF also at 6th position. Now BABLU looking good defeat points in their favor, but H2E Tarzan also tries to pep a few bullets in the side of BABLU.
Well, again, Team BABLU, they seem to be getting on to their crown of course, the kings of Miramar, and that is exactly what they seem to be wanting to showcase to this entire lobby as they slowly but surely approach with momentum, with 7 elimination points to their names already confirmed. From one angle, of course, they need to be careful of, that's going to be H2E, because we know H2E has been very cheeky as they be very silent, and then when there are other teams taking on fights, that's when H2E approaches, and that's something that H2E has done earlier as well, and that too from below, and not an advantageous position to be at in a fight, but H2E somehow has delivered that exact same thing. For now, they're going to be very quiet, a 2-man army from H2E Tarzan and Assad, of course, but up top on the mountain is going to be 52 Esports, who also now need to get out the compound, because look at that zone. The zone is going to be that much more in favor of BABLU than any other team.
Well, certainly Team BABLU have the majority of the real estate. In fact, they have the best position towards the southern side, where all the other teams are holding the position on the northern side. TFD last player Sadboy has also been eliminated, and Hunter also goes down through the hands of 52 Esports, and Trade also coming in as Mojo gets taken down. Psycho takes a hefty damage from the side of 52 Esports, and Joker puts an end to one of the players, Psycho, of Triple Esports. 52. Jojo is still bleeding out, but Mojo is looking for a confirmation and knock onto Assad of H2E over there, and he's going to find it with that. H2E also with bye-bye, but Mojo was overextending, picking fight with Team BABLU also before patching himself up, and he gets taken down, and confirmation also coming in.
Absolutely. Now 52 Esports, they are left with, well, just a 1-man army, Joker right in front of us, as Team BABLU seem to be getting closer and closer towards the second chicken dinner for the day. As Joker goes down, Team BABLU will definitely be confirming that. What an incredible turn of events for BABLU, especially on this day it has turned out to be, as back-to-back chicken dinners are being showcased from their side, and, well, they get their King of the Hill and the King of Miramar title back again, as they get 10 elimination points, and of course jumping to the 9th in the overall ranking.
Well, most certainly Team BABLU back-to-back chicken dinners in their favor. One in Erangel, one in Miramar. Whoever was thinking or second guessing that Team BABLU, will they be able to qualify for the League map? Well, the answer is most certainly they are going to do so. because these two games are definitely help them to propel themselves in the overall ranking. But on the other side, IA, that was very unfortunate because IA, up
True.
until a point, they had a very good compound for themselves. I'm sorry, they had a very good compound for themselves, but suddenly. Maybe they felt a little overconfident in that particular fight, or they
Right.
overextended, because the way FS last player completely annihilated the players, well, that was a surprise for IIT as well.
Exactly. They definitely could not have anticipated that. But we'll talk more about what all happened in this game right after this short little break. Stick around. Hello and welcome, of course, to PMPL of Pakistan region right here in 2022, where indeed we are on week number 3's day 4. This is the second last day before we jump into the grand finals next weekend. But right now, quite an interesting affair is being showcased right here between the way Team BABLU and I8 are playing, and Team BABLU, of course, being the ones who reign in supreme on the second map as well, as they get a second chicken dinner on the map of Miramar. What a perfect day this is for BABLU.
Well, certainly a perfect day for Team BABLU, because it's not just one map, back to back, two different maps, one Erangel, one Miramar. They dominated.
True.
And they got the big win for themselves. But on the other side, the other teams were also trying to do so. TmwEsports, again, a very good rotation coming from their side, but yes, few mistakes here and there costed them the big win, or the #1 position in this particular one. But talking about the guy from the side of BABLU, that is the MVP, is going to be Zabyan with 5 eliminations.
Absolutely. 5 eliminations, along with, of course, the MVP title given to him once again. Previous game also, he was the MVP with 6 eliminations. This time around, once again, he will be the one reigning in supreme for his team of course, BABLU Esports. With that, moving on ahead towards the top players. We've spoken about Zabyan, but along with that, who all do we have who we should focus on from this game? We've got TFT Cairo with the 4 eliminations of his own for 471 damage. Alongside that, from TmwEsports, it was Hunter, and then Cairo's teammate comes in, Silo right there with 4 eliminations of his own. Following in, finally, is going to be Zarbaf from FS.
Yes, definitely. Zarbaf was a savior for Team FS. The way he saved his team in that particular situation, well, that was impressive. But on the match ranking, we have Team BABLU on the top with 25 points, followed by 52 with 17 points. Spalty Devils, this time, the way they were ranking those elimination points, although they were taken out pretty early, not so pretty early, but 16 points to them. A very good gameplay was showcased by the players of Faulty Devils. In fact, Sad Boy as well. TmwEsports, again, this week is their week. The way they are accumulating those points, this time 12 points. Now they are in the 4th spot, but R3D Star, unfortunately, they had to take a early exit this time.
Exactly. It was just not their day for R3D, at least in this game. It just did not favor them. On the other front, for Team Star, we know that they are playing with a 3-man army. So nothing taken away from them, at least in this game, because in the previous one, they did finish on the 2nd in the overall ranking of the game, of the Erangel game that was played earlier. But we were talking about how this time we could maybe anticipate I8 to continue on with the momentum that they created in game number 1. Sadly, was not the case. They were just pushed down. On the other front, let's of course have a look at the Oppo F21 moments, where a lot of chaos was showcased from so many of these teams 10 minutes onwards. And looking at that, well, it was all over the place. I8 thought they were very comfortable in their compound. They had already taken down TUF's virus. They did not anticipate a push coming in from the back end, and that is where FS dominated.
Well, certainly Magnus Esports also, the way they annihilated the entirety of Metershot Sky over there. good defeat points for themselves, but in the end they were also taken down. But TUF, that was unfortunate. They didn't have the good position. They had to leave that spot. The blue was closing in. Joker Star had to come out in the open. That is where the other team at an elimination capitalized. But 52 again, this is the moment when Mojo overextended the fight. Had he healed himself, had he patched himself, maybe he could have a better chance of taking down the pan over there. But instead, it chose to go for another defeat point or another knock onto Team BABLU. Well, costed him his life and a win also.
Absolutely. And looking at the damage graph itself, we do have, of course, starting all the way from down, I8 still participated in a lot of chaotic fights they definitely weren't part of. 757 damage being showcased from their side with 2 eliminations. And then on the counter, we have, look at that, Team Star with 572 damage that they were able to participate in. But sadly, no finish point, no elimination point. And that is, there are so many teams, in fact, who have been part of fights, but sadly did not get any elimination points for their pressure.
Well, certainly. But talking the overall ranking also, this time again, I think Magnus is sitting on the top, if I'm not wrong, followed by
True.
I8. I8 this time in one of the game, they tried to deliver a very good performance. But this week's overall ranking, we have Regicide on the top with 164 points, FS on the second, but 52. They have taken a jump of 2 points and now they are on the third spot with 136 points.
Exactly, just 4 points shy of being on that second and taking down freestyle itself, and which is something that 52 Esports is definitely capable of. Same, of course, as Team H2E as well, for the fact that the rotation that 52 Esports and Team H2E have understood is so perfect and pristine. It definitely helps out in their favor. But look at Team BABLU, the consistent chicken dinners that they are bringing in, pushing them again like 3 positions, and they are on the 7th with 121 points. If they keep continuing like this, they'll definitely rise all the way in the top 5 to the top 3 itself.
Well, certainly. But talking about the point difference between R3D Esports and I8 Esports is only 15 points. They are short. So one good game, they can propel themselves into top 16. But they need to be in top 12. I'm sorry. So I8 Esports, they need to have few consistent game plays in their favor, and placement points, especially the placement points, is something they need to work on, because look at that, only 16 placement points. But on this page, they have the second highest elimination points in the 11th to 20th spot. Second highest elimination points in their favor, close to North Esports, who are sitting on the 12th.
Absolutely. Now, I8, the ups and downs, I guess they still continue on for them. Perhaps this upcoming map on Erangel can bring their gameplay back, but sadly, they're not going to be part of it because Group C this time around is not participating. In fact, not only I8, we've got Metershot Esports, R3D, as well as Triple Esports not participating in this upcoming game. That means that that comeback story is going to have to wait from I8 as well as Metershot. In fact, on the other contrary fact is that Erangel, we know military base, Metershot as well as I8 love to go towards, and that is going to be an open chapter for any other team to maybe try and explore. But along with that, we know we go back to that same age-old question, and now I'm almost at the verge of dreading to answer this question. What will be the prediction be? What team is it be going to be that will walk away with a chicken dinner on the map of Erangel? Magnus or Quantum Rage? Magnus Esports it is going to be from my side, I think.
Okay, you're going with Magnus. I'm confused between Regicide and 52 Esports, because the way 52 every single time they're playing with the circle, respecting the circle, they're just missing that win. They're coming on the second or third spot. But yeah, Regicide can also do so. So,
oh yes.
Okay, Regicide, I'll go this time. Regicide.
Alright, let's keep our fingers crossed. Definitely, let's hope that it does end up coming true finally, because for the last few times, every single time that I've picked a team, they've pretty much been the earlier ones to get eliminated, or not get the entire team eliminated, but at least not have all 4 players or 3 players standing. And that, of course, is a very difficult task. But in the first game itself today, we saw Team Star jump in with just a 3-man army and still were able to get that second position, where it got so close in that fight against Zebian from BABLU. It could have been either or. Team Star could have very well gotten that chicken dinner. So yeah, we cannot let go of that fact that anything can happen in the battleground.
Well, anything can happen, and the main thing is where the circle is gonna go. Because in Erangel, we have been witnessing some crazy circles. This time, the circle was
True.
entirely on the northern side, and yes, Team Star they didn't have to go for too many rotation. They dropped in
Yep.
Sivoni, that also favored their case, and Team BABLU also. They also like dropping on the northern island. All the teams that were already present on the northern side, they had a little advantage as compared to the teams who are on the southern side of the map. But now this time again, it's all going to come down, boil down to the circle, where the circle is going to form the very first circle. If it again comes down to the southern side, yesterday we did see so many teams were going for a very early rotation, just a basic loot, a weapon, level 1 armor, or whatever. That kind of
Exactly.
paid them price in the end also, because when it comes to southern circles, teams go for early rotation. That means they are very short on those healings. We
Yes.
saw that yesterday.
Exactly. And that early contestation that ends up taking place, either it turns into a stalemate, or it turns into, of course, like you perfectly mentioned, not having enough utility, not having enough. Well, again, the entirety of it. You don't have enough bullets. You don't have enough utility to be able to push on into a compound. And if that continues on forth, if that trend continues on forth, then perhaps it's going to be an extended game. But let's see, it could again go either way. We've seen teams on the map of Erangel take the aggression and over-aggression to such a pace, where Metershot was one of the teams that was brought down. But this time around, of course, let's see what the case is going to be, because it all boils down to the zone, and it all boils down to if at all there will be a contestation between those teams or not. And those contestations can happen. It is all based on what the team IGN wants to be able to do, at least in the upcoming game. Now, Erangel, every team is comfortable, every team knows their drop locations, but this time again that military base is open. So I am just thinking as to what team could it be that'll make its presence felt on that military base. I'm expecting NES to maybe go down towards that side. I'm not entirely sure, because Metershot is not also going to be there. So we could have TUF shift. Let's see, I'm an open uh, conversation about where exactly is this northern southern military base going to be occupied by. Well, never mind. Now looking at the flight path, no, it is now clear. There shouldn't be any team going down to the military base, because whenever a flight path is that further low down, the zone is definitely going to be towards the north, or it'll be a center zone, a very common default zone. But majority of the times it focuses itself towards the north, or at least ends up shifting towards the north. But right now, this is going to be a good opportunity for, of course, FS, who love to go towards that ferry pier region to capitalize upon. Grounders love to go towards Primorsk. They have an early drop right there. At the same point, it seems like BABLU are the ones who are planning to create a little bit of a bridge camp, or are they actually choosing to go down to the military base itself? Well, they've done that bridge camp earlier, but then ended up deciding to make an early rotation based on how the zone was towards the north. This time, maybe they could anticipate, could do the same exact thing. And with that, what a big change right here, where it seems like Quantum Rage have left their Yasnaya and moved on down to military base.
Good decision. But in this kind of a flight path, I agree. The circle usually tends to go on the northern side, but let's say the lucky stars are favoring Quantum Red, and no, their lucky stars are definitely not favoring them. Had they dropped in towards the side of Yasna, they would have found the safety of the very first circle. But
True.
even also, going to Yasna in such a heavily southern favoring flight path is not so easy. You have to chase those vehicles, you have to go for the vehicles, and vehicle contestation itself is a big problem. So maybe that could have been the thought process of the IGL, to go for the loot, good loot, grab the vehicles, and then head over to Yasnia. Because up until now, not so many teams go towards the side of Yas, but TmW, they're already opening things towards the side of Star.
Uh-oh. All right. This is going to be where, of course, early elimination that we always anticipate asking the question. It is going to be Team Star, actually, who are going to be able to bring down TMW's M7. And the first blood, the first elimination of this game has already started, where it is going to be Team Star, a three-man approach from their side at today's games. They've actually equalized the playing field now. It is a 3v3 situation between them and TMW. And TMW, again, they have already lost out on one of their players. They have a vehicle, but have they been able to accumulate a decent amount of weapons or not? Because Team Star at least had these two warehouses to loot through to be able to get the best loot for themselves, and that TMW should definitely keep in check before they try and overaggress.
I think TMW should head over inside the circle, go and have some resources, because right now Team Star, yes, they have those level 3s also, they have the weaponry, they have resources in their hands that TMW is certainly lacking, and this is not the place where they want to pick up a fight. And Team Star again shows a 3-man army, and again, when it is not in the picture, when their group is sitting out, Team Stars tends to go down towards the shorelines of farm, and the circle always go towards the Sivorni side. Yesterday also, or day before yesterday, it also happened, and Team Star was not at all in the circle, and the circle betrayed them. So this time,
True.
let's see which path Team Star is going to opt for. Because again, if this time again they would have been in Sivorni, at least good placement points they would be having in their pockets.
Well, again, it all boils down to what sort of a rotation are they going to be making. If the rotation ends up favoring them, then there definitely is a possibility for them to, if nothing else, make that rotation, and of course then work towards those placement points itself. But right now, we'll have to see what exactly is going to be the case, because another thing that Team Star could very well do is be very, very passive. Right now, they're looking at a decent amount of loot, not the best loot, of course, a decent amount of loot, right? In esports lobbies, we know that the loot is already multiplied, so that means even if they get these 3 warehouses, 4 warehouses covered, they can utilize a water rotation and then make a long journey all the way towards the north, where of course then things are going to be a very passive approach for them. But then it all boils down to a placement point sort of an opportunity that they could work towards.
Well, certainly, placement points are something every single team needs. If you're not able to get the elimination points, at least placement points should back you up, which TMW needs. In fact, they need every single point, and things are not working for them, because look at that. One player already lost, and right now they do realize it was Team Star that changed their drop location. So it's an opportunity. Head to Sivorni and loot in their drop location, grab those resources, and later on in the final circle, pick up a fight with the remaining teams, because then you will have all the resources required. You will have the position inside the circle to back you up. So, good decision from the side of TMW right now. But on the other side, Metershot Sky and the is not there. So this time, Quraysh Esports, they are again in no Rupnoy area. So let's see how that rotation is also going to come in.
Absolutely, we will definitely be keeping a keen eye towards these teams, because they are, majority of them are towards the south, and the zone, of course, being favored towards the north, the teams are going to have to prioritize that rotation. But we'll keep a keen eye to see what exactly ends up happening. For now, of course, TMW taking that first loss of M7. Still remember, in the first week itself on the map of Erangel, M7 was the over-aggressive force who jumped across the compound balcony to take on shots and sprayed down his opponents and converted that into a point for himself and his team. Sadly, this time around, he will not be able to showcase his Jalwa, but that's absolutely fine. His teammates are still here, and TMW have been known to be an aggressive force. At the same point of time, have also been a team that does love to work towards, or rather, go towards elimination points. So we'll see where exactly, or what sort of play style exactly are they going to be playing in this game.
Let's see which game style Team BABLU is picking, because this time H2E is also there, and the way H2E is in a 2v2 split, looks like they are looking for opening things towards the side of Team BABLU. Let's see if that is going to be the case or not. But right now, North Esports still looting the school and the apartment area. They're in a split situation, but thankfully no threat is present in the close proximity, so they can afford to go for the secondary loots as well. But if they head over towards the side of Rozhok, they will find the plus of 3x Esports. But Magnus still holding on to the Pochinki area. Let's see what's going to happen, as so many other teams are still in the blue. Quantum Rage going for the late rotation, Groundus taking the damage of blue, Quraysh Esports taking the damage of the blue, and so are the players of Faulty Devils as well.
Absolutely, and this is definitely not good, because after all, right now in this week, we want to be able to see teams not take damage, but dish out a lot of damage and take on those elimination points. I mean, all right, even if damage are being given, then that needs to be converted into elimination point the sooner the quicker you possibly can, for which we just need to wait a couple of minutes more, I'm sure, as the zone is going to be constricting once again. 20 to 30% of the zone already in the water will mean that majority of this could favor towards Team W, where we saw them in the Savoni region. And even if they don't move around at all, they can, with the three-man approach, get that perfect chicken dinner opportunity, if not chicken dinner, decent placement point opportunity for themselves. On the other front, as you were talking about it, Team H2V and BABLU, at least for BABLU, they are getting in their vehicles. Now they have started to make on that rotation. And from the south, we also have rotations being taken place. So once again, not a very late rotating play being showcased from the teams.
Certainly, teams are trying to hold on to the periphery, but if you look at the complete eastern side, three teams are in the close proximity towards Yasna, Reggie side. Then we have Porty as well, and Porty Devils. Such close proximity, although they are going for their own individual rotation, but there is a possibility of a team picking up a fight, try and take down the player from the moving vehicle. But now the circle again goes towards the northern side, and TmW, they will reap the benefits of Sivorny area because that is under their control. And right now, Team Star might be looking for a contestation of Sivorny.
Exactly, that's exactly what they are running towards. They have their own individual three vehicles, but they better be cautious. They better be careful. If they're not, then of course TMW will be able to reap the rewards and get those points for themselves. But on the southern side itself, if you look at it, we've got, of course, Quraysh Esports making that rotation, FS bringing themselves up slowly but surely, as well as the players of Quantum Rage from the Rozok region. So all the teams are slowly, of course, getting populated in this zone right now, and that in turn is going to get that much more chaotic because there isn't enough area in all the zone to be able to give shelter to all of these teams. Now, North Esports, we've been looking at this team making that rotation, and finally they have reached their spot. They are close to shooting range, pretty much in the center, which is absolutely pristine positioning from them. But now they just need to be hunkering down this position so that they're ready for any other team to bring in an onslaught against them, because they're all on the move.
Well, the way North Esports are blocking those cave areas reminds me of those days when the opponents, at least in the classic gameplays, used to block the both exit points of the team, and the circle tends to shift away from them. And unfortunately, it used to be the play zone that used to take down the players. So North Esports, better be careful. Your opponent might block your exit for you, as Team Star is still in the close proximity of you. But on the Rozak side, we have 3x Esports also, and Quraysh Esports might be looking for the same rotation, and other team, that is Quantum Rage, three teams in the close proximity. But again, a team that is in a very good spot again is going to be TUF. Look at the position. They're holding on to the little bridge area connecting the Georgopol Island and the main northern island. They have a compound, they have that little bit of the higher ground, and not too many teams are present in the close proximity.
Indeed. For them, that definitely could be the case based on where the zone is going to be shifting, which probably, as you mentioned, could come down south from the waterways. But right now, we have, of course, shots being taken place, and Quantum Rage, as we saw them on the map making that rotation, and Quantum Quraysh Esports for making that rotation. So it seems like both of them seem to have caught against each other, and coming in from the Yasnaya region, they have both started open firing against themselves. Again, for now, only a knock has been confirmed, so the revival is definitely going to be around a possibility. On the other side on our screens is going to be Freestyle, as Freestyle are still a little busy getting the perfect loot for themselves as they prepare for the eventuality of this game. But this is where we were talking about, of course, Quantum Rage taking shots against Quraysh Esports, and Quraysh Esports' player will be lost to the cause, as Goku will get one elimination point confirmed from that entire fight.
And with a vehicle. That was very impressive. But right now, talking about the other team that is taking the brunt of the blue is going to be Freestyle. They're looking for a rotation from the Georgopol side area, from where H2E, Grounders, all the teams rotated. But Grounders, looking at the position, they are on the periphery, and Freestyle, when they will try to enter inside the circle, maybe Grounders are in the position to gatekeep them. If not gatekeep, at least try and pepper a few bullets in the direction of Freestyle. That is a possibility. So Freestyle needs to be a bit careful, because right now Grounders also, they also need to be careful of the rotation coming from the side of Freestyle, because they are looking very comfortable right now. They're thinking they have the entire control of the western front, and Freestyle can chime in any minute. But on the other side, TmW, they're peppering few bullets on the plus of Reggie's side, but the smoke still from the side of Reggie's side is helping them as they're going to scuttle back to the safety of the circle.
Ooh, for TMW, now this is a tough conversion because now they've sprayed on and the zone has actually moved away from them. The zone has gone towards the side of the shooting range where we do have once again in the center H2E utilizing the perfect advantage and advantageous position. And of course, for TMW, they're going to have to start making that rotation or planning that rotation from the eastern front of Saverny where they were at. But alongside that, all the other teams are doing the exact same thing. So a tough conversion for TMW. And right now, we do have Regicide's player getting into the compound of T20 Qwerty, it seems like. And T20 Qwerty, yep, the presence has been felt and known, and Regicide are going to be pushing on ahead to get that perfect elimination point converted. Now, at the same point, of course, for 420, where he did not have enough health right there. And that is the reason why he was brought down that quickly and that easy. But of course, Nokia and of course Nocto were both jumping in together, thus remaining T20 Qwerty has gravity and he's the only sole player surviving in this compound. He's being so very quiet. He's not letting the players of Regicide know. Okay, never mind that because he is bringing in a nade parade, it seems like. Not entirely sure if it was his nade or if it was Regicide's nade. Perhaps it's Regicide's nade as they are trying to clear out the building because they think he might be there. But T20 Qwerty, Gravity, this is your only opportunity that you could be able to, of course, rush away from. But he's not going to be able to do that because now he has naded an opponent and now the teammates of his Noctos know where Gravity is. A lot of nades are being showcased from both the sides, but Regicide's numbers, it's only a matter of time before the numbers are going to be favoring. But Regicide, how is it possible that both, in fact, 3 of the compounds they've already checked, the only one left is the house that T20 Qwerty is in, and they are still not aware of where he is at. Finally jumping along, and there we have a perfect elimination, the first elimination of this game, where T20 Qwerty will be eliminated. 15 teams remaining, and Regicide thankfully will be able to keep all 4 of their players from this fight still surviving.
Well, certainly 2 defeat points already in the hands of Regicide, but somewhere else, TFD and Magnus are also fighting against each other as Roland has been eliminated by Sad Boy and Virus finds a confirmation onto Zibian of Team BABLU as well. So many fights are happening on the periphery of the circle, but Team Magnus, well, they have already taken the spot of TOF over there. So let's see what's going to happen. But Styler finds a knock onto Zen with a beautiful grenade. That means TFD, Faulty Devils, they are looking very aggressive. Finisher a little bit far away from Faster, but is trying to regroup with his teammate. And Styler tried to take down Faster over there, but a drop shot comes in and eliminates TFD, Faulty Devils over there. That means Magnus, they are still inside the game. There is enough time to revive their fallen teammate. But Team BABLU, talking about them, well, they have to go for the rotation because the circle has taken northern shift, heavily northern favoring circle. That means Regicide is in a good spot. 52 again, this team is going to find themselves in a good spot inside the circle, but all the teams coming from the southern eastern side, well, bloodbath is the complete something we are going to witness right now.
Absolutely, this is going to not be an easy one because there are so many teams, so many players, 49 in total, 14 teams in total that are trying to get into the zone, and all from the southern side because the zone just kept on going towards the eastern, then the northern side, and towards that northern side there are only a few places that are taken over by the teams, whereas all the other teams are out in the open. As we do have, of course, the kill feed clearly showcasing TUF taking on shots, T20's T20 Race player taking on shots, as well as we have Quantum Rage in front of us who are just patiently waiting at the edge of the zone. They have a team around them. It is going to be, I believe, Team Star, if I'm not wrong. But will Team Star want to participate in this fight? And now we move on to 3x Esports' players, where TUF, we were looking at it in the elimination feed, were bringing in a lot of nade parade against the players, and that in turn has resulted, of course, with only a 1-man remaining for the side of that team, where, of course, TUF have been able to accumulate 2 defeat points and a decent position, at least for now, as to where they're at, because the zone is again going to be constricting in another minute or so.
Certainly, and Reggie's side, they are in a good spot. I don't want to jinx it, but North Esports, well, they have the hilt of the shooting range area. That means they can create some trouble for the players of Team Star. But on the southern side, Quraysh Esports, TUF are still fighting against each other, or maybe they will decide to fight as the smoke is going to give away the position of Thor and providing him the little bit of the cover required. 3x Mary is also in the close proximity. Finisher closing the distance towards Qureshi. No, he's going to back off from that position and go for a better spot. But Mary has been spotted down by Virus of TUF as Virus is looking for a knock onto Mary. The minute the smoke is going to dissipate, Mary's position will be revealed either to TUF or to Quresh.
Indeed. But we know that for 3x's Mary been a lucky one. Been a lucky one from week one itself. Miracle and Mary, both of them. In terms of aggression, in terms of being one of the players who always remains last in the game, will still be able to at least work towards the placement points. So let's see. Perhaps that luck factor might just help out 3x's Mary. But for now, we do have TUF trying to spot out a lot of players. They definitely are, but the fight is taken on a different place altogether, where we have FS against the players of the Grounders, and Magnus Esports is making their presence felt from the southern side as they make an entry into the rotation, and they are taking on shots against the players of H2E. On our screens, of course, we have FS against the players of the Grounders, where FS have been, of course, have lost on Malik, but we saw Grounders make this early rotation, and now the Grounders are in a little bit of a hole, a little bit of a loop of their own. And now, if at all, a perfect nade and Molotov could be thrown from freestyle, that would have been the perfect bait from them. But jumping right in front of that was probably not the best play that Zerbaf should have done, and that in turn has resulted, of course, in him going down. But thankfully, his teammate are around to give that revival.
Well, certainly Team Grounders and Team FS fighting against each other around that little cave area of shooting range. And Grounders, they are in a perfect position to be taken down by those grenades. Mom, to what just happened? He took down his own teammate Vasi through a grenade, and that is the moment when Grounders can capitalize, and they are already trying to do so. As multiple grenades they are trying to lob in the side of FS, but somewhere else H2E Magnus are also locking horns with each other, and trades are already coming in from both the sides who are away from the circle right now, away from the safe zone. This Molotov could have been very deadly for the players of Grounder, but they managed to keep themselves safe and alive. But the blue is already catching up on them, and this is the moment when they have to go out, and looks like their exit has already been blocked. This is what I was talking about.
That is a dreaded situation to be in. But sadly, the Grounders, they're gonna have to, well, deal with this mess that they've created of their own. And what a play that was. Again, like I said, they've created their own hole. So all FS had to do was bring in a little bit of a Molotov, and that would have been it. And that's exactly what happened as the Grounders get eliminated. Magnus also looking comfortable with 7 eliminations of their own. Now BABLU also getting hammered on upon from FS's rotating team. They just hunkered down the position of the Grounders, and now FS wants to bring in a lot more points for themselves in terms of elimination. And sadly for BABLU, they haven't even been able to open their accounts, as some call it, as 0 defeats can be seen from them.
Certainly 0 defeats, but talking about TUF, they have 2 defeat points for themselves, having the southern position inside the circle, but they are in between 2 strong teams, Magnus and Quraysh Esports. And TUF, they can grab all the attention, but right now Magnus' attention is towards the side of FS, who are on the low ground, and the smokes, the minute the smokes are going to dissipate, Magnus will find few knocks, but Magnus, they have their own trouble in the name of TUF, as Joker Sir was peppering few bullets in the side of Finisher, who is taking a hefty damage, and Joker Sir also took a lot of damage from a grenade. That means TUF, they have to pick battles very carefully, because there are so many other teams. They are making a lot of noise, making their presence felt through a lot of teams out there. And FS right now, they are trying to lob grenades toward the side of Finisher, but can they find that opening? Can they find that perfect projectile? That's the main question.
Zerbaf from FS has really been on top of aggression today. I mean, he's all over the place when it comes to aggression, and over-aggression is something that definitely can be your demise, and that is something that Zerbaf definitely needs to understand. But again, nothing taken away from today's plays, because it is working out for him. But right now, his position is a little too spread out thin from his teammates. If Magnus are able to bring in the same nade parade against the player Zerbaf, then Magnus are probably going to be able to hold down one position of the zone. As of now, we are left, of course, with 9 teams, and the zone is constricting once again, where FS have been able to push themselves and, of course, position themselves with the 3 players. And Zerbaf now is just holding on the angle, the flank angle that we saw him taking on shots against well, Magnus. And there we have it. Magnus's players are being hammered on upon, they are being damaged, and just like that, finisher faster go down to the name of Zerbaf. And Zerbaf is still not wanting to stop. Magnus' only player remaining is going to be Zen, because another player from the side has already fallen down. TUF holding on this angle for such a long time have finally delivered the blow against Quraysh Esports, and now TUF are also going to be open for battle as they jump in towards the zone.
Certainly, they have to prioritize the circle. And FS Malik is a little far away, but he's going to regroup with his teammates, as the Mom2 is dealing with Team BABLU, who have a little bit of the shack for themselves. One of the player has been taken down. They have to go for the race. They have to move inside the circle, and Team BABLU has already grabbed a lot of attention. Quantum Race, they are looking for knocks onto the players of TUF, as multiple players are falling down, and TUF Joker Sir is going to the last man standing, as the confirmation are already coming in. And Senior is looking so very aggressive, but he has to revive his own fallen teammate as well. And Team FS is already closing in the distance towards the side of Quantum Rage. It is all upon his teammates Goku and Senior that can they stop the players of FS in the tracks, because right now they are in a very close proximity. And looks like Joker Sun's position has also been given away, but beautiful grenade comes in and takes down Zerbaf over there from Senior.
Well, over aggression right there being the demise of BABLU, as we were just talking about it. And again, talk about Team Star. I'm not entirely sure how they do this. A 3-man army is definitely working out for them, at least on this map of Erangel, where they are in the top 5. And of course, they still have an opportunity to get this game, as Sultana is still remaining. But it seems like his position has been also compromised, as North Esports' summon will be his end. And North Esports will move on ahead with quite a momentous play. Same is the case for Quantum Reach as well, with 9 elimination points, but only a 2-man squad. On the other front, for FS, they are down to just a 1-man army right now, as we have Malik on our screens. Of course, his majority priority is going to be able to give that revival. But at the same time, NES, this is their opening, this is their moment to be able to capitalize upon. But they perhaps are majorly focusing towards the zone itself, and are trying to find out exactly where the players are. And FSS players are nowhere close to the zone. They need to get that revival done, and then somehow make an entry into the zone, wherein everything is kind of favoring against them, because North Esports, they've got the upper hill advantage in this fight.
Well, they certainly have the height advantage for themselves. They have the numbers advantage as well, as Sigma Male is the only man standing from the side of Quantum Rage. FS, yes, they have 3-man army, but the way they are joined together, a single grenade can do a lot of damage. And the mean from North Esports, with a vehicle explosion, eliminates the last player of Quantum Rage. Now it's 2 teams, 8 players still fighting amongst each other, and Zameen is still looking in a wrong direction to spot the players of Team FS, but looks like his own teammate Avenger OP has a slight idea where exactly the players of Team Freestyle might be coming in from, and they are slowly crawling the way. Look at Vasi, he has dropped all the bags and everything, and he's crawling his way, closing the distance towards the side of Avenger OP. But Maxi can be the ugly thorn in the situation.
Absolutely, that definitely could be the case. That definitely could be a possibility and an opening, and that's exactly what the players of North Esports are capitalizing upon. Again, it is going to be a 4-man army from North Esports that is from the uphill, trying to, of course, bring in as much damage and sprays as they possibly can. But the vegetation, it is just shielding the players of FS. I wonder for how long, though. Wonder for how long. Now, at the same time, FS is making moves, but North Esports, they're just holding their ground, and that in turn has brought in Maxi's flank angle going on against him, and the nade parade being showcased on the side of FS are now going to slowly bring in a lot of hurt or trouble towards the players of North Esports. North Esports, they could, if only they would have had, should have definitely utilized those utilities, but sadly they are out of that, and that in turn is favoring FS. Now FS, they are utilizing those nade parades that they have, and the Molotov is also, the smoke wall is also keeping their position safe. But now North Esports' players, they have been able to bring down Malik. It is going to be Malik who goes down. That means 3 players from the side of FS are remaining, but for North Esports, things have gone against them, as they themselves are down to a 2-man squad. And well, correction right there, it is a 2v2 situation between these 2 teams, as Zerbaf goes for that flank towards the right.
Well, definitely, but Zerbaf also needs to heal up really fast. He needs those 100 HPs. But Avenger OP finds a knock onto Zarbaf and gets a confirmation on Zarbaf and Vasi as well. That means the last man, Mom too. What can I do in the situation? All he is trying to do is lob grenades in the side of Roshan, who is going for the rescue mission onto his fallen comrade. But Avenger OP is still crawling, and Mom too, he has nothing, only 2 bandages, no smoke, no grenades, nothing, no utilities at all. Even his level 2 vest has taken a little bit of the damage. All he has to do or work around with is an AKM with 40 bullets in it, and Mom to bits bye-bye. Avenger OP takes him down, and North Esports gets winner chicken dinner for themselves in the third map of Erangel.
What a perfect game for NES right here. I mean, 13 elimination game, along with, of course, the chicken dinner pushing them in the overall 12th ranking. That is what we were talking about in the pre-game segment as well, that there is definitely a possibility for the teams that are under the 12 and towards the 18th position where we saw I8. There is a possibility if they keep on playing good games, they can jump into the top 12. But right now, FS, they also had a really good game. They also had a lot of elimination points. So both of them, I will say, a perfect game is what it was showcased from both of these teams. But in the end, of course, it was North Esports with the numbers advantage, the hill advantage that favored them for the chicken dinner.
Well, certainly North Esports, they played their cards right and they are being rewarded by victory in this particular wrangle. But the other teams, like you also mentioned, Freestyle played it to perfection, getting the elimination point, but they were taken down pretty early, but not so early. They have good placement points as well. But other teams like Team BABLU being a little over aggressive in few of the situation.
True.
But we'll discuss all of this, Lakshay, after a short little break. You guys stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Hello and welcome to PMPL right here in the Pakistan region, where of course things continue on forth in week 3's day number 4. We just got finished with the third game of the day on Erangel, and what an incredible, once again, a perfect finish for so many teams, and over aggression being showcased from a few teams also sadly not allowing them to walk away with a chicken dinner. But definitely the momentum was there, and of course I'm talking about Zarbaf and his team. But right now, talking about the team that walked away with a chicken dinner, it is going to be North Esports, and the MVP is going to be none other than Roshan with 6 eliminations and 692 damage done from him.
Well, certainly 692 damage, but a lot of elimination for him. In fact, he was taking a bit of damage as well, as 189 healings have been done in this particular game. But yes, the numbers advantage worked in the favor of North Esports. The way the IGL is leading the team is impressing everyone. But along with Roshan, it is going to be seen here from the side of Quantum Race that becomes the player to focus on, and along with that, Zarbaf, the last man standing. Not the last man, it was Mom to the last man, but Zarbaf was also trying to do a lot. Avenger OP from the side of North Esports with 3 eliminations, and Zameen also from the side of North Esports with 3 eliminations.
Absolutely. Along with that, let's have a look at the match ranking from this game and find out. We know who got the chicken dinner, but after that, as we pushed through, Quantum Rage were walking up with a lot of points as well, and that's the reason why they're sitting on the second position with, of course, 9 eliminations that they were able to get. After that comes in Freestyle, who finished in second, but of course, based on the number of eliminations that are lower, they are going to be sitting on the third. But TUF also a good game for them, a decent game, in fact a decent outing for them. But look at Magnus right there, only 1 placement point Saturday, but 7 eliminations, thus sitting on the 6th position.
Well, certainly they were being so very aggressive. That's why 7 elimination. But the rotation they were making, so many teams were present in the close proximity that it became a little difficult or became challenging to move inside the safety of the circle. That's where Magnus was taken down. But Team Star also, despite not dropping in towards Siverny, this time they have fared off better than the previous time. 8 points already to their name.
Absolutely, but of course, along with that, let's have a recap of the entire fights that took place through the Oppo F21 Pro moments, where fights just continued on forth from one to the next, and the TUF and QE fight kind of extended for a bit too long, but then of course it was a bit too late for TUF to make that rotation. That is where Quantum Rage were able to dominate against them, but as we pushed on through, it was FS who got the final say in the way that they were able to, of course, get those numbers advantage working for themselves. But NES till then had already capitalized the zone, and that in turn resulted in North Esports getting that chicken dinner.
Certainly, North Esports got a beautiful chicken dinner, on not just with the passive gameplay. They had good amount of defeat points, double-digit defeat points in their favor. That means North Esports. No, in fact, North Esports has been impressing everyone with the performance. So many multiple times they had showcased good performance, not just in Erangel, in Miramar as well, but this time in the damage graph, we can see North Esports, Freestyle, Quantum Rage, TUF, Magnus, Regicide. They were dishing out so much damage out there.
Absolutely, and again at the same point, we also have teams that did not get a decent amount of elimination points, but were a part of so many fights. I mean, we saw that left, right, and center. So many teams were taking on shots against each other, but in turn, if you're not able to convert that into elimination points, then sadly, it does not really favor you, and that's exactly what happened with so many of them sitting on that zero. But of course, the white bar is there because the damage, the fights, they definitely tried to take, and that is where we draw the line, because in the end it is all about those points, and you want to be able to convert points for yourself, which in turn sadly for a lot of these, this game did not favor them. But moving away from here towards the overall ranking for week 3 itself, we will see what sort of a shift, what sort of a curve has been showcased. Of course, we saw for North Esports they jumped on to the 12th position, but on the first page itself, there we have it, North Esports jumping on to the 7th position, my apologies, with 5 position jump for them, and that is looking absolutely pristine sort of a position. But now they just need to keep consistently bring in this sort of a play so that they keep this number not fall down from that 8th position. At least they should be above 8th, and should definitely participate in the top 12 Livic map tomorrow.
Certainly, North Esports, like you mentioned, they have taken a jump of 5 points, and they need to be in the top 8. That is exactly where they are, but they also need to be pretty consistent. But talking about the consistency, this time Team BABLU and Team Triple Esports, they have taken a downfall of 2 points and now are placed on the 9th and the 10th spot. But nothing to complain, still in the safe middle spot. They are in the overall ranking, but the team that are still in the bottom are TmW, Faulty Devils, I8 Esports, Metershot Sky. But TmW this time, no, it was Faulty Devils. I'm sorry, Faulty Devils this time they got a good amount of elimination points in their favor, but placement points is something they really need to work on. 41 elimination, but only 11 placement points.
Absolutely not the kind of play that you want to be able to make, but you still have a decent amount of games remaining, of course, and that is what the teams should be able to focus on. Should be the main priority, in fact, that the teams should be focusing on. But along with that, let's continue along with our show. Let's move on to the schedule, where now we jump towards the 4th game of the day, which is going to be on Erangel once again. But this time around, we do not have Group B. That means Quraysh Esports, TUF, H2E, as well as TmW Esports are the teams that will be sitting out.
Well, certainly, they will be sitting out. Other group that will joining right now is going to be I8 Metershot Sky, R3D, and Triple Esports. And this is Erangel. All the southern teams, the teams that tried dropping towards the southern side, are again back in the action. So things are going to be a bit interesting. Now the southern island is not so unoccupied. So Quraysh Esports, yeah, that was a smart move from them to go towards the side of No Reply. But now No Reply again might belong to Metershot Sky.
Absolutely, but let's see if that'll be a thing that they will work towards, or maybe because they know that well, now the military island is occupied, we are not going to even try our luck over there. But what we do need to try our luck on again, Shadow, is going to be the prediction factor, and that is a tough task, I know, but it needs to be answered. And what team on this upcoming Erangel do you want to say should walk away with the chicken dinner, or you think will walk away with the chicken dinner?
I8, the way they are playing, trying to pick themselves, yes, Magnus can give them a tough competition because Magnus is also trying to do so, but I think I'll go with I8 now.
All right, I8 is definitely a good pick. Most certainly should be the one that should capitalize because of the way that they were able to play, at least in the starting of the day, right? And then after all, that is what we know I8 as. For me, I would love to actually have Quantum Rage pick up a chicken dinner for themselves, but I know that this upcoming game, it is going to be tough. So I'm going to go with Freestyle.
Well, definitely. Freestyle, they missed it this time, and the way Freestyle has improved their gameplay. Even in Miramar, also Freestyle was the team that eliminated entirely
Exactly.
I8 Esports. So yeah, Freestyle, they have the momentum, they have the capability, so this game might be strong to Freestyle as well.
I would definitely love to see that happen, because after all, as you perfectly mentioned, that's exactly what I'm going on as well. That Freestyle was one of those teams that eliminated I8. On the same front, I mean, Quantum Rage is another team that eliminated Magnus Esports also. So yeah, it is now in week 3 again, the storylines are so convoluted that it becomes very tricky to be able to say that this particular team is going to be the one walking away with the chicken dinner. But what we know for a fact is that they are all working towards the best of the best performance, and thus bringing in a very aggressive but a sustaining game for us, as they just keep on pushing from one zone to the other and then keep on bringing in the best plays and walk away with the again those amazing elimination points and the chicken dinners.
Well, certainly the chicken dinners is the main goal which every team is having, because the 15 placement points are going to help your case. Because if you're having a win, you're definitely having the elimination points as well in your pocket. So yes, the
True.
main target right now for the teams is to go for the big win and grab those placement points and elimination points, everything as much as they can grab. But let's find out which team is going to do so. But because like you also mentioned, week number 3 is a week of unpredictability, and the way zones are converging, it's not so easy to. It's not easy for the teams also to go for a
Exactly.
very certain path of rotation or a very fixed strat in every single game.
Exactly, and that is what is changing from week 1 to week 3. If you can bring up what has changed, well, the team's gameplay style definitely has changed, and even the zone itself has changed as to how the zone earlier was sort of an easy thing to predict, and we would be able to anticipate as to where exactly the zone is going to be. Now the zone is so turmoil based that it almost becomes next to impossible. That the first zone, all right, comfortable, but then after that, it is a complete turmoil throughout till the end, and that is where the teams that have already made some really good rotations are the ones that capitalize with the perfect chicken dinners that we are seeing. Even if not chicken dinners, I mean, we saw Team BABLU to start the day off walked away with chicken dinners, yes, but after that also they tried to keep up that consistency for themselves. From moving away from that team towards I8 itself, we once again know that I8 is another team that was able to, of course, get that perfect gameplay for themselves. Even that gameplay was not a chicken dinner, we can say that at least a little bit of a comeback was being showcased from their side. But talking about the flight, it is finally going to be moving from the northern side, from Stalbert, going all the way down towards military base. Now, this time around, it is, of course, not majorly actually, but it is focusing towards the side of the eastern side, the eastern flank of the map itself. On the other front, when it comes down to the teams that love to get that far away drops, it is 52 Esports who love to have that Stralberg chemistry drop. On the other side, for Team Star, they have a perfect start on Severny for themselves this time around once again, where indeed they are a 3-man army. But I wonder if the Stars are going to be that lucky to them this time around, because last time they were down south and the zone was up north towards Savoni, where they had to fight their way to get into it. This time, the flight path is not majority, like I said, it is still majorly focusing itself towards the eastern side of the map. Where exactly should the zone go? Well, it's in the center. It is in the default location, pretty much the default location, but it is also a big curveball that the zone is going to be throwing to these teams. And talking about curveballs, FS, Vasi and Malik, a extended 2-man split coming in from their side. A very different approach to what we've seen earlier, because majority of their drops have been prioritized towards the ferry pier, and down south to their location is Primorsk, where the grounders love to go down to. But this time around, a 2-man split. I just hope. Oh, there we have FS. Mom2, I think it was, who was in the back, and I'm sure Evil Boy has already seen the. Yep, he's already seen, and there we have it. Mom2 going down. Oh, what a start! What a start to this game for FS. I shouldn't even pick up a team for that sort of a play, because I thought FS this time around should walk away with a chicken dinner. Well, right off the bat, it is going to be Mom2 who is going to be dropping down from FS. So difficult start for FS right here, where one of the players has already been dropped down. They are already in a two-man split, so it is going to be a tough conversion for my prediction to turn true for FS to get a chicken dinner. And now we can see on the map that Magnus is also so close to the other two-man split of FS. The first knock came in from the grounders, the second one might come from Magnus, and this is going to be a tricky conversion, but we shall see what the case turns out to be. For now, talking about the other teams, again, majority of them going to be, or rather the first priority perhaps in terms of the fight could probably be towards the side of 3x, or maybe even North Esports' position.
Certainly, anything can happen, but this is something FS didn't anticipate at all. And Malik and Zarbaf being so far away from each other is not going to help the case right now. If grounders decide to rush towards the side of Zarbaf right now, or even Magnus, although the chances of Magnus coming that side are very slim because the circle is not there. But 3x Esports, like you also mentioned, needs to be a bit careful because look at the position. This has been their default drop location, but right now North Esports R3D are all still in the close proximity. So this time it's not going to be so easy for 3x Esports if they want to rotate from the eastern side. But talking about eastern side, that is where the major congestion is. Triple Esports is there, Quality is there, Quality Devils are there, and we have team Regicide as well. But let's see if Regicide will go for a bridge block for Metershot Sky. That has not been the case so far up until now. But let's see if any of the team, maybe Faulty Devils, can go for it as well, because Metershot Sky, one thing is for sure, they always go for a late rotation, and bridge camp in this situation will be maybe will work in the favor of the opponent team and will reward them with few defeat points, or maybe Meteorshot Sky will come on the top and they will be rewarded by 4 defeat points for themselves. But one team that has always been on point on the rotation is 52 Esports. Let's see which path they are going to opt, because right now they are in Kamishki.
Exactly, far, far away from the zone. Too far away, in fact. But somehow they're still able to get themselves into the center. On the other front, going back to the conversation about Metershot, I just hope that they don't get booed off that bridge rotation as they were earlier as well. Now, that is something that Metershot ought to be a little bit more careful of, because they again and again go towards Nova Rupnoy, and we've seen that happen from against them. But we'll wait for that. We'll wait for that, because right now we do have Regicide right around in that bridge camp vicinity. Right behind them towards Milta Power is going to be TFT's players as well. But getting into the center, Magnus, very perfect location for them. But 3x's player is getting so very close to Magnus, and approaching Pochinki with none of his teammates. So we'll have to see what exactly is in the minds of 3x Tyrant's mind, because we can see on the map. I mean, I'll tell you that Kratos, his teammate, is going outside the zone towards Giorgio, whereas Tyrant himself has just crossed this Pochinki area that we can see on our screens where Magnus is. So 3x, a very rude split coming in from them. As a team, that is very rude, but I'm sure we'll understand what exactly is the philosophy behind it. For me, I don't have any clue as to what they might be thinking about with that spread out rotation, and that to going away from each other. But nevertheless, moving away from that side towards Triple Esports, that's on our screens. Triple Esports is another team that we want to be able to see participate in the Livik map, who have been trying to actually bring up their gameplay as well, and have of course brought it up so perfectly that they have decent amount of games and points and elimination points that they're able to convert. But right now they got to deal with North Esports. North Esports has reached their vicinity at the Potato Hill, and now they both need to fight it out as to who will be the one who will be able to control. For Triple Esports, the only thing that they need to do is be very cautious and careful, because North Esports, they are very shaky, and we've seen them how they're able to place themselves in those fights and of course get the elimination point. Knowing that, it seems like Triple Esports have decided to fall back. They've actually given the hill to NES. All right, that's definitely a decent decision, because they want to be keeping their lives more safe and working towards more safer placement points, which is definitely a good decision from them.
Certainly, this is a good decision. But talking 3x, yes, this is very unconventional, the split they are having. But in Pakistan region, whenever we have witnessed something unorthodox or unconventional, which looks like it's not the style to play the battle royale game in a competitive lobby, every single time that has worked in the favor of team. We did witness a huge separation in Team BABLU in maps of Sanhok, 2 players in Painan, 2 players in Shami, but that worked in their favor. They got the big win. Even in the map of Erangel, we have seen a kind of a split that don't usually work for the team. But right now, whatever 3x was doing, it is working in their favors because they have scouted the area, they have a little bit of the information, and they've regrouped with each other as well. But I'm not very sure that 3x can survive for very long because look at the amount of congestion on the eastern front, the amount of teams rotating from the eastern side. In this situation, 3x, well, will they be able to defend? That's the main thing I want to see. But talking about Potato Hill, usually teams go for the Potato Hill contestation, but this time it is completely unoccupied. 3x Esports, yes, they're in the close proximity. R3D are a little on the northern side, but the next circle shift is going to decide the fate of so many teams. And Magnus looks like their lucky stars are perfectly aligned because again they are in the epicenter of the circle, and they don't have to go very far away anywhere for the rotation because the circle is right in the Pochinki. Pochinki being uh, almost the epicenter, but all the teams. I wonder what's going to happen on the eastern side, but because right now, Quirty, they are owning things on the plus of Triple Esports and Gravity with a grenade, looking to find a connection or opening, and his own teammate Walter from far off angle is going to find a knock onto Hunter, and Hunter in this particular very compound is all by himself. That means no revival, no rescue, and he's already been defeated. That means one defeat point in the pockets of Team 40. Now, Triple Esports, they are surviving as a three-man squad, and that's not the position to pick up fight. But let's see if they want to do so or not. As
True.
from the middle of Quantum Range, Triple Esports, look at the guts of Team Star, the way they are rotating. They're in a split situation, and for now, they are safe as well. But now, the 2 players who are having a little bit of trouble with each other is going to be Ashad and Noki on Team Faulty Devils and that as well.
Oh, well, well, well. The wall is the only thing separating them, but not for long, as of course the jump shots are going to be coming in, and Regicide are going to be able to dominate. And of course, one of their teammates was already down, and now, well, a tricky fight that of course Regicide thought they had already won is going to be that much more ridiculous because from the other side, they need to be careful of the flanks that are coming in from TFT as well, from far away distance, and that in turn is what is resulting in Regicide not being able to confirm the elimination points for themselves. And TFT are already going for that flank angle from that far away northern side that we can clearly see, for which of course Regicide is definitely trying to push their luck to get those points for themselves. On the other front, we have Triple Esports taking shots against R3D. Now, Regicide, they're on the run, they're on the move. They could not let the bait go, get out. They cannot let the bait walk out because they've got points that they want to be able to work towards. They've got the aggression that they want to be able to control and, of course, convert. But it seems like perhaps it is going to, for now, be allowed as TFD. They make a run for it, and they've already lost 2 of their players, of course. But for how long are they going to be able to run against Regicide? Now, Regicide, they best be careful. They're out in the open. They are getting a little greedy. And Nocto, if he's not careful, of course, he's got that smoke already created, but through the smoke already he's being shot at. So yes, getting that greedy, there will be a third party. Thankfully, they're going to be easily able to get out of this mess to survive for a little bit longer and perhaps work towards another fight and a better fight, perhaps. But right now, talking about the zone itself, in the center, we have Magnus, very comfortable. We saw Triple Esports taking shots against R3D. Again, they are in the center. So these are the 3 teams that definitely are looking like in a good contestation at Pochinki. And we already saw that Magnus had a really good hold of Pochinki. But Pochinki is a pretty big area. And there are all 16 teams surviving. 56 players, yes, but all 16 teams surviving. So this is going to be a tricky position for... Did you just see what I saw, Shadow?
Yeah, he was stuck. He had no other choice. This has
Okay.
happened with everyone of us, right? little bit of the
Oh,
glitches.
well, no glitches ever happened to me as such in the game. But it, of course, is part of life itself. Sometimes things go south, and you just aren't prepared for things like that. And that is something that, of course, right now we saw on our screens. But that's absolutely fine. Talking about the zone itself, the zone has moved away, and that's the curveball shift that we were talking about earlier. And now Magnus, who are looking very comfortable according to me in Pochinki, are on the run, as we can see the team in purple with the two-man split.
Well, certainly the team, Magnus, you are talking about, they are looking good, but they need to be a bit careful because one of the team that is running high on confidence, that is FS, is also making a very similar rotation, and Team Magnus better be prepared because it's not just FS, it's IQ, I8 as well, Grounders as well. Team North Esports are also there. One of the strongest teams are holding the southern side of the circle, I'll say. On the northern side, again, 52 Esports. How do they do so? How do they manage to do so? Right now, they have kept themselves again away from all that commotion as they are holding the Potato Hill area. But Magnus Esports, well, in the middle of the rotation, they found one of the player of Team Freestyle, and Drawlin is looking for a knock onto the player of FS.
Indeed, and along with that, as we talk about the play that is being made right here from these teams, Magnus Esports, well, one of their players has gone down. That is going to be finisher. But the revival should be right around the corner. Two-man split that they were trying has worked out as they have entered the zone. But from the rear, from behind, it is going to be I8. And talking about 52 Esports, well, they've got the best seat in the theater right now because they're on the Potato Hill. They've got all the information, but they don't need to worry about any of it because any team that is going to approach them, they will be able to see from far away and they can very well chisel that threat away. But for now, talking about Magnus Esports itself, the rotation has been made and now they're on the move. As we were talking about it from the rear on the top right hand side, we can see the team in grey was I8 itself, and I8 have made it to the edge of the zone right behind Magnus, but right in front of Magnus now we have the players of Triple Esports as well in pink.
And Triple Esports is one of the team that has been doing very good in this week, but right now they have lost two of the players in very early stage of the game and surviving as a two-man squad. For now, the only team that can be a bit of problem for now is R3D, as R3D are in close proximity, but Triple Esports, it's still doable for them because R3D, they have a safe compound for themselves. It's unlikely for R3D to rush towards the side of Triple Esports, but looks like Thug might want to start things off as he's already peppering few bullets, and R3 is also retaliating in a similar fashion. But from the backlines, it is grounders also that are coming in the direction of Triple Esports. And the second curveball in
Wow.
Pakistan region, so many curves ball the circle throws, and this time the circle is going to favor heavily on the southern side. And look at Reggie's side, good position again.
Indeed, what a perfect position from their side. In fact, T20 Quody have made an early rotation as well. All they need to be careful of is the team in yellow. That's going to be Metershot. But talk about that rotation, not rotation, sorry, the shift of the zone itself. It was earlier towards Pochinki, then moved on northeast towards Potato Hill, and then south in between Farm and Pochinki. And there's still definitely a possibility of it moving further down or up. We'll find out. But right now on our screens, of course, we do have Magnus Esports, who we saw earlier, had a perfect rotation. We're bringing on a little bit of a spray right there as they have made an entry to the compounds right next to the water body. But right around in the vicinity now, there are so many teams that Magnus needs to be aware of and careful of as well. Because up above, towards the right, North Esports is also going to be hoping to take on shots, and that's exactly what we're hearing right now. The shots coming in from North Esports' players as well, and the Jeep is slowly but surely getting well, the vehicle has been blown up, and with that, Zameen, what a perfect opportunity utilization that was coming in from his side, as he's going to be able to convert that into a point for himself. Sadly, of course, he ought to know that he himself is going to have to make a turn and get into the zone, because right now they're at the edge, and now from the flank it is I8 who are pushing in, and I8 want to be able to capitalize. Till now they've got 0 defeats for themselves, but they have a position and awareness of where they're at, where their opponents are at. But this is an open zone. They're gonna have to be really careful before they make any moves. That is for the side of I8.
Looks like I8 either will contest North Esports or 3x Esports, but right now North Esports is where they are heading, and Uzum is taking a lot of shots from the side of the plus of North Esports, but now he takes a hefty damage the moment he jumps out of the vehicle, and he has been taken down. That means Blade will be the one to provide a perfect cover fire required as he finds a trade onto Maxi of North Esports. Now is the moment when I8 should be looking for the revival onto the fallen comrade, but no, they are prioritizing the fight as IQ is already closing in the distance towards the mean over there, and with that UAV 45, and no, it is going to be the grenade of Blade over there that takes Zameen. So that means this fight is already in the favor of I'm sorry,
Oh,
I8 Esports as Roshan is the last man standing, but another grenade comes in, and was it his own grenade?
it was his
Yes.
own grenade. Yeah.
Oh my god,
Oh,
very unfortunate.
that was a very unfortunate event right there that happened for North Esports, as they were just not able to get that grenade thrown out. But anyways, if that would have gone out, a little bit of damage, of course, could have been felt for I8's players, but I8 were definitely in control of the fight, that's for sure. As I8 pushed on against the players of North Esports with perfect awareness of where they were at. But in all of this, again, you talk about Regicide, they're looking very comfortable. T20 QWERTY have made a amazing rotation, but towards the northwestern side of the zone, we still have some teams that are going to be in close contestation against each other. We've got 3x, we've got FS, and along with that, the zone making another curveball shift, helping out the position of Magnus. What a game on Erangel. What a perfect zone being showcased from Erangel, where once again 14 teams are remaining, 40 players are still alive, and the zone just keeps on constricting, where it's forcing all these players to come out in the open, and the players are trying to play it safe, but not for long now, because no matter what compound you had, for example, Metershot had one, Grounders had one, they all need to leave that safety net and get out in the open. And with that, it is going to be T20 QWERTY capitalizing with that rotation against, of course, Metershot, as Ash does go down.
Well, certainly Ash goes down, and the circle is throwing curveball after curveball. Yes, Magnus, they have a hard compound for themselves, but Reggie said will be looking for a contestation. Again, 52 esports holding on to the epicenter of the circle. But Ghost, with that mini 14, finds a perfect connection, perfect defeat onto Destroyer of R3D over there. Now, I8, they are holding on to the coastline, but they need to be a bit careful of the 100 IQ player, that is Osama of Team Star, because he's still in the nearby proximity. But Tyrant with that mini 16 finds a perfect. Can he get the confirmation also? Let's see, but Halsey also finds 420 boy of Team QWERTY, takes him down and gets a defeat point as well. And Triple Esports in the meantime has been eliminated, but 3x Tyrant gets a confirmation onto the plus of Team BABLU as well. Wolf also gets taken down, and Team BABLU, they are crumbling down player after player, but Metershot Sky, they are ranking few defeat points for themselves, and a blind rush from the side of Gravity. What just happened? And Regicide capitalized, took down both the players of Grounders over there, but Mr. Black came in, chimed in, took down both the players of Team BABLU. What's happening is all chaotic right now.
It is definitely a chaotic mess right here that we are looking at, because the way the teams are being forced to make these sort of rush plays, it's all because of the zone. It is all because of the zone, and that in turn nobody can blame, because that is part of the battleground itself. But right now, if at all anyone's in control, Magnus was looking very much comfortable and confident, but the numbers advantage are the ones that are in favor of Regicide. That, of course, Magnus realizes. Thus, they are now perhaps working towards late game and work towards as much placement points as they can. As Faster and Roland, they are scattered. Faster is going to be pushing in to the entirety of the opponents, whereas Roland is going in from the flank, and they're just a two-man army, but they're still making that sort of shift, that sort of push from their side. So that clearly shows how aggressive the team of Magnus definitely is. But 52 Esports, a team that always somehow finds the perfect position in the zone, are yet again looking very comfortable. The team in pink, as you can see towards the top right hand side, bringing on sprays with the flank angle, working in their favor, with all four players still surviving, taking down players of Quantum Rage one by one. And along with that, Regicide chiming along, and that'll be the end of Quantum Rage. 6 teams remain, 15 players in total. Magnus left with a two-man approach, Metershot with only one-man army, I8 looking at a three-man army with 6 eliminations already converted for them. But Regicide are the ones who are definitely in contestation for this game, because the momentum is theirs. with 10 eliminations and all 4 players surviving, this is looking very good the way they're approaching this. But the only trouble that they need to be wary of is going to be 52 Esports and their two-man split.
Certainly, 52 Esports, the two-man split coming from their side. This has been a problem. 52 Esports knows how to enter inside the circle, have a good position also, but usually go for a split or goes to overextend the fight that cost him the big win that they are looking for again and again. But right now, Reggie side, they are dominating the lobby. 10 defeat points already in the favor, and Ashad of Reggie side, he has his eyes set on to Mr. Black. The minute Mr. Black is going to come out in the open, Ashrad will try and put an end to him. Let's see if that's going to be the case, because the smoke is going to dissipate any moment, and he's right now grabbing attention of so many other teams. But Mr. Halsey over the other side of the ridge is also present, and Assad needs to be a bit careful of him, because if he's going to peek, he will find the plus of Regicide out in the open. But Faster eliminates the threat right now, and Metershot Sky has been eliminated at 6th spot. Now, Regicide still looking very comfortable and good, but from the southern western side, I8, well, they have moved inside the circle with 3 players.
Absolutely. Let's see though. Let's see, because I8 we saw are trying to get into the zone from the western flanks of this zone itself. For Magnus, the best part is that they've got the two-man army, they've got the compounds, the only compound that in fact they can very well hold on strong for as long as possible. But in all of this, Regicide, the momentum that they've got working towards them, it is looking fantabulous with 10 elimination points, 10 defeat points already in their favor. They know exactly where their opponents are, and that shack is the only thing that's keeping 52 players survive. 52 Esports players, they are losing a limb one by one, and 52 Esports, they are still not yet deterred, because they're taking on another fight against the players of I8. Now I8, as I was mentioning, were the ones in grey from the western side, and now it seems like 52 Esports are the ones who will over aggress to take on those points and shots, and sadly I8 will be the one, as well as the other teams who are going to be able to hunker down the position of 52 Esports. 52 Esports, they were looking very lovely in terms of the way the rotation was made, in terms of the idea that they had in this fight and the flank angles that they had created. But sadly, now all the other teams know, and that in turn has left only 2 players of 52 Esports who are lost in that shack, and that provides a breath basically to I8's players, who now are going to push on forth to create an opportunity. But they're only a 2-man squad. Once again, Regicide are the ones who are majorly looking very much in control of this fight, as well as the zone, as the team in green are going to be pushing on through to get a good control of that compound once again and the zone.
Well, certainly they have the numbers advantage and looking forward to grab a position inside the circle. But again, look at that. It looks like Circle and 52 Esports, they have a love story building, because they don't beat each other for very long. The final circle is still in the hands of 52 Esports, which really is trying to contest the way they are spreading across the circle, trying to have the majority of the real estate to their name. Things are looking in their favor. Magnus can be the team that can create some trouble for the players of Regicide as I8. Well, from the northern side, they are trying to move inside the circle, and that can be a deadly thing for the players of 52, as they can become the patty in the sandwich in this case, as Nocto from one side is already reaching out a lot of damage through the grenades onto Mojo, and Jojo, he's crawling out to that little stack, and from the back side, it was Noki. I thought it was Blade. No, it was Noki who takes Jojo down.
Well, 50 Esports, they are surrounded. They are in a sandwich situation. There is no way that they can convert this into a point for themselves. Mojo is left with no idea as to no possibility or no angle for him to be able to capitalize. With that, of course, Faster from the side of Magnus, one-man army, is going to try and approach the player of I8. And of course, I8 is being pushed out in the blue, and that in turn is going to be favoring Magnus's position and player. But of course, he's all by his lonesome, and the blues was catching up to him, which in turn will be the elimination of Magnus Esports as well. Thus remaining are only 2 teams. Regicide with a 4-man army against the 1-man squad of I8 Esports. Again, you were so close, Shadow. You were so close. But it seems like this time, this has worked out in a perfect engulfing story, as we do have Regicide getting that perfect chicken dinner. I8 got that very close, but it is going to be none other than Regicide who got that game for themselves, as you were saying.
Certainly, I have been so close to getting my prediction correct so many times, multiple times in fact, and this time again I ate. Well, I'm very sure they are not blaming me for this. because they were so very close. Everything was working for them. Magnus was picking fight with the players of Regicide, but yes, Regicide, they had the numbers advantage. They were dominating. They was being so aggressive, being the slayer out there from the very start of the game. Look at the amount of defeat points they're having, more than 10 defeat points already in the pockets of Regicide. That means it was
True.
not the zone or the passive gameplay that worked in their favor. No, they earned it. They earned that big win for themselves, and they finally got it itself.
Absolutely. With that, of course, we'll go on that short little break, after which, of course, we'll be back again with a lot more to talk about from this game, as well as one final game that still does remain on the map of Sanhok. Stick around. Hello and welcome to PMPL right here, of course, in Pakistan region, where we continue on fourth with the second last day of week 3, which is a very critical one, a very crucial one. Why? Because tomorrow is the final day. If teams are still not going to be able to perform, then the top 16, they will not be able to participate in, which means they will not be a part of the grand final. But we'll talk more about that, of course, because right now, more so is the conversation that just took place on Erangel, where I8, they tried their level best, they dominated, but Regicide, the rotations that they made, 52 Esports, the positioning that they had, it was so brutally close right there.
Well, certainly, in every single day, Regicide make sure that they get at least one win. I think, barring week number 1, they're getting a win every single time.
True.
Yeah, day 1. I'm sorry, day number 1 they didn't get any win. Day number 2, day number 3 they got a win. Day number 4 already a win in their pockets. Yeah, Regicide, they are already looking good. They are sitting on the tippity top of the overall ranking of this week, and no one is going to touch them. But talking about the MVP, this time it is going to be Vaz from the side of Regicide. Yes, 7 eliminations are there, 564 damage, but look at the healings done, only 17. That means he was not taking any damage, not picking any bad fight.
That is incredible. That is absolutely incredible awareness of your surrounding right there from the side of Vaz, of course. Because, like you said, only 17 healing done. That means only boosts were taken, right? Not even first aid, not even band-aid, my apologies, is what I meant. But moving away from that topic to, of course, the other players to focus, we do have I8's Blade right there with 6 finishes of his own, followed on along with Regicide's Knock Knock with 3, but 756 damage. Same number of eliminations is going to be for Faster from Magnus 3, but 764 damage, followed along with the final teammate of Knock Knock is going to be Nocto with 4 eliminations of his own.
Well, certainly, but on the rankings, we have Regicide on the top with 30 points on this particular game. I8 on the second with 20 points for them. And 52 Esports, again, the way the team is placing themselves inside the circle is so very impressive that I'm very sure if they qualify and move in the finals, 52 Esports, in terms of the placement points, they're going to give a very tough competition to so many teams. This time also 14 points to them, Magnus. Yes, good performance coming from their side. 13 points to Magnus Esports. Grounder also faring off really well. But Faulty Tables, FS, Triple Esports, Team Star, they are struggling. They were struggling in this game.
Exactly, they were. They definitely were. Were not looking good, that's for sure. And that, of course, in turn resulted in them not getting points, much needed points that they, of course, were wanting to get. But we do have one more game remaining for them. But before we talk about that, let's bring up the Oppo F21 Pro moments, because this was a chaotic game, that's for sure. And this is just the start, where it was not even chaotic. But then afterwards, this is where, towards the 4th and 5th zone, things got absolutely out of control, because the zone made so many curveball throws, and this one from Roshan. Yep, North Esports did not anticipate that, that's for sure.
Well, certainly didn't anticipate, but I at Esports, well, they were pretty happy. But that fight was already in their favor. This was the moment Team Grounders, they rushed towards the players of Team BABLU over there from the backlines. Team Gravity, Team Quati did a third party, and Mr. Black survived as the only man, and he eliminated both the players of Team BABLU. I didn't understand what was just happening over there, but yes, Magnus Esports, well, they took down one of the player of Team I8, and Blade was the only man standing, and 1v4 was way too much even for Blade. But in the damage graph, again, we have Reggie's side on the top with 2366 damage that has been dished out.
Wow, that is almost 1,000 plus. Then, of course, the second team that is in the damage draft, that is going to be I8 right there with 1454 damage of their own. But incredible game for Regicide, of course, right there. The aggressive force that was showcased right there definitely resulted in a perfect chicken dinner for themselves, and rightfully so, because the damage graph clearly indicates that they were not staying passive, but were the ones over aggressing and taking on a lot of fights. And then 15 elimination points is what they got. Apart from that, 8, of course, were taken down by I8 itself. So the others left in the lobby did not have much that they could, of course, get the elimination points from. But talking about the overall ranking itself, right now, Regicide is going to be, along with this game's perfect performance, sitting on total of 200 points. 40-point difference is what they've created already. And, well, they still do have games left on, and they still do have tomorrow's day left as well.
Well, certainly, they have ample amount of matches in their hand. So that means no one is touching Reggie's side on the top spot. 52 is prepared to be on the top or give tough competition to all the top dogs out there. Talking about the other team that has taken a step, that has taken a lead of 3 points is I8 Esports, sitting on the 15th spot with 80 points.
Absolutely, and all of that. This is where I8 slowly but surely are getting closer and closer to that top 12 marker. And why top 12 viewers? Because top 12 are the ones who are going to be playing that bonus map of Livik that will be played tomorrow after the already scheduled 5 games. Talking about the schedule, let's have a look at the schedule and find out the final game. And that will be on the map of Sanhok, where Group A will not be participating, which means Magnus Esports, Team Star, Team BABLU, and 52 Esports will not be a part of this upcoming final game.
Well, yes, they will not be a part of this one, but Quraysh, PUF, H2E, Team TmwEsports, they will be joining us again in the map of Sanhok. But with that, also comes the question, Lakshay, the prediction time, which I
Oh,
definitely hate, but
yeah.
you have 4 predictions correct. Make it 5 now.
Well, yes, but again, it is just a question that now I'm beginning to dread more and more so, based on how week 3 has turned out to be, especially. But we do have to participate in this, and so I'm gonna go with the most south team that I can think of for this game. That's gonna be 3x Esports.
Interesting pick. Magnus is sitting out, so yes, 3x Esports is definitely
Yep.
an interesting pick for Sanhok map. But I'm going to stick with one team. I want them to get a winner chicken dinner. That is going to be I8 Esports again.
All right. Well. Again, definitely because of the way that I8 are able to play at times. If the zone is able to work out for them, even if the zone is not able to work out for them, if they're able to control their over-aggressive approach into the fight itself, then it works out flawlessly for them. In fact, 3x Esports is from Group D. In the same, we have Quantum Rage as well. So Quantum Rage is another one, especially on this map, that I would have wanted to pick, but Quantum Rage performance has not been up to that mark. 3x again have gone ups and downs themselves, but 3x Esports, I do want to be able to see if they can get this chicken dinner or not, either them or Triple Esports, but I'm going to go with 3x this time around.
Yeah, Triple Esports, they also stand a very high chance of getting this
True.
one. But I don't know why I have a feeling that Quraysh might also get this one, because every single day Quraysh gets a win or maybe 2 wins for themselves. And today's day, they have not gotten any single win, not
Yes.
even close to it. So yes, this can be the game where Quraysh might be looking for a big victory for themselves.
It is a possibility, but the best part for Quraysh is that they are sitting at a comfortable position in the overall ranking. When the week started off, they were not. When you talk about the league standing itself, they were not. And that is why it made that much more critical for them to start the week off with a perfect day itself, which they did so perfectly in week 3. And then you move on forth, yes. Then their performance has been up and down. Yesterday also we saw that things are looking very good on Erangel. So I don't know, for Sanhok I'm a little dicey, but let's see. In the end, we know that the zone is what will dictate as to what team will it be that'll get that chicken dinner, and so it's all up in the air. But this is what, of course, we would like to see, which team we would like to see, as we think would want will walk away with that chicken dinner.
It's an unpredictable week and the most unpredictable map we are having. So anything can happen. It's very hard to predict which team is going to get a win in this particular one, because already the teams are a little bit tired, maybe because they have already played a few matches in the day. So yes, but also it is the Pakistan region. It's Sanhok. They want the elimination points, and every single time when it comes down to Sanhok, teams are going for this aggressive gameplay, and which team will come out on the top, only time will tell. But talking about the flight path, it is heavily favoring the western side.
Well, favoring towards the western side is definitely a good thing, because that means that the grounders, they are going to have a decent outing right there as the game starts off. NES are going to be very comfortably sitting at Hathen, because that's where they love to go. At the same point in time, when it comes down to 3x Esports, they love that fanned out approach and split that they play with. On the south now, as we talk about the Shami region, Quantum Rage are normally around and very scattered as well that they are. And same around on the other side towards Docks is going to be FS. From Kampong to Docks, I mean, FS is all over the chart as well. And that is what teams like to do actually on the map of Sanhok, which I've noticed. Get as much control of the areas as you can, and the zone starts off towards a different... I did not anticipate this, but all right, this is going to make things a lot more chaotic and interesting, because that is the North Alpha Island, and that means Camp Alpha Island, my apologies, and that means if that is the entirety of it is in the center of the zone, then the PUBG Mobile gods are forcing all these teams to get into the fight as quickly as you can, or make that early rotation as quickly as you can. If not, things are going to be very, very difficult for you. Now, looking at the zone, North Esports has a really good chance of getting this chicken dinner because of how cheeky they are. Same can be said for H2E as well.
But yeah, I was pointing this one also, trying to at least. I mean, look at the teams that are in the Camp Alpha Island. Faulty Devils, one of the game, 10 defeat points to them. They are trying so hard to be aggressive, and they're winning those close compact fights. Grounders, they have amped up their aggression and performance. H2E, the entire week, the team has been performing really well. And North Esports, well, they have already gotten a big win for themselves. And all these teams are those four teams who are having a very good run in this particular week. So I'm not so sure which team out of these four is going to get the win, but I think it's very clear out of these four, only one of the team is going to get the big winner chicken dinner for themselves.
Absolutely, that is for a fact, because only one winner can be declared. But right now, talking about first blood situations, that can also be only on the Camp Alpha Island, because there we have the majority number of teams. Talk about Triple Esports, they're already working towards that rotation from the looks of it. At the same point of time, same is the case for R3D as well, and that is where the chaotic mess is going to start ensuing on this map. But the first blood situation, for now, all the other teams, they are very much scattered. They're very much minding their own business. They do not want to be a part of the entire fight and saga that is going to ensue on the Camp Alpha Island. But of course, not everybody has that theory, as we do have TFD's players getting very close against the positioning, and of course the team of H2E with a two-man split. This is going to be a very tricky position, or other conversion for TFD. But at the same time, the flank angle that they've created against the position of H2E is looking very much in their favor. H2E, we know that they are highly capable of taking care of aggression, but all that factors in is, do they have the loot? Because talking about loot itself, that is what will factor in. And right now, it seems like H2E definitely have, but that was not the case for Sabara. And I was just about to point out that he did not have a vest. He only had one helmet, and still they wanted to push on. TFD, not entirely sure what exactly they were thinking. And of course, H2E Tarzan, they're going to be pushing on and trying to just get all of that elimination point that they can. Now, both sides have taken knocks for themselves, but of course, it is H2E who are the ones who are in control of this fight. And just like that, the flank being created, it seems like in the first 5 minutes of the game itself, we are looking at probably the first team to get eliminated, and that very well could be TFD, because it all boils down to Ahmed, who's already on the run from this entire mountain.
Certainly, but Triple Esports, look at that. They heard the commotion, they smell the blood, and they are doing the third party and H2E. Well, Dread has already been taken down as Psycho finds a confirmation. All the glory and the thunder is being stolen by Triple Esports right now, and H2E, they are outnumbered. This is a blessing in disguise. So, the bleeding player of TFD, as Emmett has the time and opportunity to go for the raise and the revival, and Triple Esports, one defeat point, but Tarzan is going to retaliate, takes down one of the player of TFD. That means 40 Devils. Their misery is not going to end as Tarzan gets a confirmation as well. And 40 Devils, not an easy escape. That boy is the last man standing, and Triple Esports, they are already trying to go more aggressive towards the side of H2E.
Well, they definitely are, and this was bound to happen because it's such a small island and teams are making early rotations in week 3, and that in turn, of course, we do have Triple Esports now chiming in, participating. Along with that, they get the loot rate as well. I mean, this is just, yeah, this is going to be a very quick Sanhok from the looks of it, because now H2E ought to be the ones who need to be a little worried, because it is Triple Esports who do have a perfect level 3 kit, and alongside that, we'll have to see what sort of an approach will Triple Esports do against a 3-man army of H2E, because one of their players has already been lost, as of course we do have Thug right now, bringing that nade and cooking that perfectly to absolutely, he knew exactly where the player might be, and now H2E have decided that, yep, we're going to be falling back from this, but where exactly are you going to go? This island is where the zone is. This is exactly where they're going to have to stick around, and it seems like this hill is going to be in favor of Triple Esports. But in the backlines, we did see NES is also going to be making their presence felt in just a little bit while, because they are making that rotation from Hutton as well.
But there is a team, R3D present, that can stop NES, that can help the case of Triple Esports. JD, well, nothing is helping him as Hunter with that UMP45 perfect headshot takes him down. And a confirmation might be coming in any time soon. Tarzan, can he go to the race? There is no chance. Their odds are not in his favor at all. But he takes down not just 2+ of Triple Esports in a single spray. And Tarzan, let's see, can he find the confirmation as well? They took down the Hunter over there. That means Psycho is the last man standing. But Emma from the backlines of Alti Devils finds a confirmation as well on Triple Esports player, or maybe it was some other player. But Jade, yes, it was H2 that has been confirmed by Ahmed over there. Now Tarzan is going for the race, but somewhere else. TUF and Metershot Sky are also locking horns with each other.
Absolutely. As these teams get closer and closer, this chaotic battle continues on from one side to the other side, from one island to the other, as we have now Metershot against the players of TUF, and what a perfect utilization. And with that perfect utilization of the nade, we do have a knock coming in, and Metershot will push on forth, and that in turn is going to be providing them the quintessential opportunity to get that revival done. At the same time, H2E on the backlines that we were part of the fight that we saw in the initial moments of the game itself get eliminated. We are left with 15 teams, 55 players in total. TUF have already lost one of the players. Thor has already gone down, so they're left with a 2-man army. And from the backlines, from so far away, the shots are still hammering on against the players of TUF. So a very difficult conversion for TUF right now. All they can do is try and survive for as long as they possibly can. From one fight to the other, we move on, as R3D now are going to be in close contestation against the players of TMW. Now, TMW, we know he was the final player who was left. And this same exact mountain, so many fights have taken place. And from the backlines, North Esports participate. And they will be the one eliminating TMW's final player, as R3D have a trouble of their own, as they are only left with a 2-man squad as of now. Hawk trying to get that revival done. On the other front, we have Metershot Sky on the run and trying to find out, trying to scout out where did the players of TUF go. They've already confirmed 2 elimination points for themselves, Metershot Sky, and TUF want to get all 4 of the players of TUF eliminated.
Well, certainly TUF Edgar, being this little snake, has been spotted down, and Halsey puts an end to him, takes him down. Will be looking for the confirmation as well. Now TUF surviving as a single man. That is going to be Choker, sir. The numbers advantage are definitely in the favor of Metershot Sky. It's a matter of time, and Joker Sir will be eliminated, and that is exactly what happened. And TUF becomes the team to get eliminated at 14th spot. But in all this commotion, there are 2 teams who are taking the brunt of the blue and going for a very late rotation. FS from the waterways and I8 from the side of Mongoy trying to enter inside the circle. Well, talk about the safe gameplay. I8 and FS, they are showing right now, but not esports. They are being so aggressive. 3 defeat points already in their advantage, and they have the complete control of Harten and the nearby little southern vicinity. Also, they have height advantage also against R3D, who just survived. They were on the verge of elimination, but right now, as a blessing in disguise, someone came in and they had the time to go for the raise as well. And now, 3 men strong, they are looking.
Absolutely, but look at that rotation being made from I8 as well as FS. FS going all the way from the water body. I8 trying to make a very spread out rotation from their side. An interesting approach that is being showcased from these teams because they are still trying to elongate the time that they're rather trying to give as much time as they can before they enter the zone, because the zone can shift either to the Camp Alpha Island, or it could actually go down towards the main island, or maybe stick together towards the boot camp itself. And that is where we see FS and I8 bring in a very backed out approach in this entire saga. Along with that, we do have Esports' play on our screens, where 3 defeat points have been converted from them. All 4 players are still standing, and now they're in a stalemate against the players of R3D. We'll have to see who
Certainly.
is going to be the one who's going to get that first knock and perhaps get the points converted for themselves, because I believe R3D is down to 3-man army, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, R3 are down to 3 men army. They were on the verge of elimination, but right now they have survived. But look at the teams, Lakshay, on the ruins side as well. We have 3x, we have Regicide from the southern side. Quraysh Esports is also trying to chime in, and we have Quantum Rage as well. So moving on to the Camp Alpha Island for these teams is not going to be so easy because Quati, they have spread across the river area, so even the waterways is not going to be so easy for the teams. But right now, 3x and Regicide, they are opening things against each other.
Well, they definitely are. And that's exactly what we anticipated to see as well, as 13 teams are remaining. But right now, Regicide are the one who are, of course, moving in with the momentum of the previous game. 15 elimination points is what they got along with the chicken dinner. So that would clearly imply that they want to be able to rush through and capitalize as many elimination points as they can, as they get Tintanatan down as well right here. This is a tough game, because so many teams are going to be out in the open as they try and make this rotation. From the other front, we do have T20 Quoties. Voltrix also hearing that shot that took place against Antonatan, and so he wants to be able to see if at all he can get a third party shot for himself as well as his team as well. But slow pace is what he's going to have to showcase right now, because as soon as he participates in the fight, he does not know, but there are other teams waiting in close proximity to him and his teammates as well, who will definitely try and bring in another third party for him as well.
Certainly, third parties are happening all around. And look at to the northern side. We have Team FS entering into the Hathin area. That is exactly where 2 players of North Esports are, and they have no idea that FS has entered into their territory. The split NES is having, now they need to question it. They need the backup of the remaining 2 players. But on the other side, Miracle still hiding, and Ready side, they are out there in the open. Quraysh Esports being the little tricky one, 2 of the players going for the water rotation already towards the side of Camp Alpha Island. They will provide the necessary cover fire required in case if there is a bridge block, in case if there is a team present in the nearby proximity. That is the case as grounders are present on the other side of the bridge. So Quraysh Esports, let's see what's going to happen, as grounders will definitely be looking forward to get some defeat points. But Contemplate being so very careful, trying to spot few of the players. But now the vehicle will be looking for the
Oof.
rotation.
Oof. We all know Class 1-1 on the map of Sanhok. Do
Hmm.
not have all 4 players in a, well, do not have a vehicle first of all if it's possible, but especially do not have a vehicle with all 4 players in it, because it is so very easy to hear and then spot out and then be a part of the third parties. And that's exactly what was initiated from the side of this team, but thankfully they were able to reach the compound. At least they're safe for now. But right around them in the compound next to them is going to be the team of T20 Quoti as well, for which again they are being punished a little bit. We can see the players of Corner Rage getting a little bit of damage, as from the front, from the far away distance, it is T20's Voltrix, T20 Quadri Voltrix, who is bringing in a lot of shots. Well, let's see how exactly is this going to pan out. Now, the stalemate situation begins, and along with that, the zone makes a curveball shift, and now we know for a fact it is a Camp Alpha Island. It has majorly moved towards the Camp Alpha Island, and in that island, on that island, we have those high rocky hills. And the ones who are going to be on top of that rocky hills are the ones who are definitely going to be in control of the late game segments, perhaps if the zone does not throw very curveballs. And for now, it's going to be Triple Esports who are looking very comfortable in that position.
Well, they have the height advantage, but look at that. Ahmad from the side of Faulty Devils, he has survived up until now in all that commotion, where all those fights are happening, and it still has managed to keep himself away from the plus of Triple Esports. Triple Esports has no idea that Ahmad is in the close proximity. So let's see, Ahmad can be the ugly thorn or can be the game changer for some of one of the other team. But yes, Quantum Rage, well, they're taking some very heavy risk over there, but yes, the rotation that needs to be made, 3x can try and stop them, because if they're looking for rotation from the bridge area, Regicide is there, 3 is there, it's not going to be so easy. Even Quati can also do a third party, but right now Quati, they have managed to keep them away from all the commotion, going for the waterways rotation, a perfect decision from their side. But North Esports, let's see what's gonna happen. And what's happening? Quantum Race, they're walking in the territory of 3x.
Oh wow, what an entry right there from Tantanatan, as he was able to quickly spray down Tyrant. And of course, it seems like Quantum Rage were working towards a late rotation, and now they seem to be in the compounds of 3x. Now, 3x themselves were outside the compound. They seem to be wanting to make a rotation out towards the zone itself, and now they were not ready. They were not prepared for this. Miracle, we have seen Mary and Miracle, the kind of duo that they are both. But will this be enough? Because they are being bombarded from all different directions. And as of course, for now, Quantum Rage are the ones who are going to be absolutely easily decimating the players of 3x. As like I said, 3x was just not ready. Mary, the player, along with Kratos, is going to try his best to be able to bring up his player, give that revival. But it's not going to be an easy task, because the team of Quantum Rage, they are on the hunt. They are trying to find out where exactly are all of these players gone. Of course, along with all that, the biggest factor, the zone has caught up to them, and there we have it. Senior has already spotted where the teammate is, or rather the opponent is, and that in turn is going to be a lot of trouble. Where of course 3x Esports, they had a really good mindset in terms of the way they were approaching things, but sadly Quantum Rage, they were just a little too better equipped, and of course they were too swift to take on the players of 3x. And looking at the approach that Quantum Rage had, all 4 players survived. Not a lot of damage was taken, but they've made a lot of commotion. Now they've reached the edge, but to get on the Camp Alpha Island, almost next to impossible. A journey for them that is going to be very, very difficult, because Regicide, like you had mentioned earlier, is going to be waiting at that bridge.
Certainly, they are waiting, but if Regicide decide to go for a rotation and hold a compound for themselves, that can be a blessing in disguise for the teams taking the brunt of the blue. Quantum Rage is there, 3x is there, but one team that is looking very comfortable are the players of Triple Esports. No, they didn't have to go for any rotation, but now the circle takes the ball. It is favoring on the western side, where grounders are present in the Camp Alpha compounds. Quraysh Esports is there. FS is also trying to enter. So that means things are going to change a little bit, because Triple Esports, now they have to come down from the uphill area, and majority of the compounds are already taken. But it's Sanhok, you can be the snake, but still you have to come down. In the process, maybe grounders can spot them down.
It definitely is a possibility, and now from the north we can see the late rotation that I had in mind. Same was the case for FS, as we had spoken about earlier, are the ones who are now entering the zone. Along with that, from the upper angles, as you were talking about it, Triple Esports could be the one who could be a threat for the rotation of the side of I8 if they try and hold on, like Hunter Rex, if they try and hold on that angle for long. For now, I8 have found a compound, so they're going to be absolutely safe. On the other front, we do have, of course, FS also, as we were talking about it, making that late rotation from the water. Have found safety net compounds for themselves. The grounders are already at Camp Alpha, but it is a pretty big area to be able to cover all by a lonesome. And it is going to be I8 who are getting hammered on upon from North Esports up on top, as we do have North Esports' players as well in the watchtower. Right above this, on the right-hand side, are the Rock Hills I was talking about, where Triple Esports' players are also waiting. Now, all this commotion that North Esports has made is going to be a clear possibility and indication for Triple Esports' Rex to hold on that angle and maybe try and get the 2 players in that watchtower, eliminate it and get those 2 points. And there we have it in the kill feed, as we do have Triple Esports' player taking on shots against, I believe it was Metershot.
Yes, they are taking few shots. I think it was R3D over there, because R3D also need to move inside the safety of the circle as well. But Triple Esports, one of the player has been taken down, and yes, it was Metershot Sky that took it out. But Quati is also present in the close proximity, so that means Triple Esports, who were looking very good up until now, not looking so good right now. But Reggie, they can contest a very compound of grounders, which they are trying to do so. And Mr. Black has taken a lot of damage. Let's see what's gonna happen. He needs to heal up really fast. But Reggie's side, the team that is looking very confident in terms of the frontal battles or the close combat battles, which they have been taking recently. But on the somewhere else, Senior finds Sanhok onto the plus of gravity over there. Quati gravity over there, and Metershot Sky. Well, they are still struggling to move into the circle.
Well, Metershot pushing on their perfect utility barrage against the players of Triple Esports, but not able to get any knock or damage showcase to Psycho right there. But I'm sure Khateer was able to hear the player run off Psycho. But never mind that, we come back to that fight, as we do have Quantum Rage right now on our screens, still dealing with the Blues, slowly trying to enter the zone. And look at that zone, the zone just favoring the players of the Grounders. The Grounders are very much in contestation for this game. 11 teams remaining, 35 players in total, make that 34, as one by one all of these are dwindling down, 32 in just a matter of 30 seconds. Quantum Rage, they are very much in contestation of getting a lot many points right there where they're at. But again, the Blues are going to be stopping them, because this is the 5th zone. It is going to be giving you a lot of damage, and that's exactly what stopped Quantum Rage's progress, as Metershot from up top are bringing on a herd of trouble to both these teams, T20 Query as well as Quantum Rage.
And Goku is looking for a revival onto his fallen comrades. Team Quantum Rage, they are also struggling. Team Gravity also, Metershot Sky, they have to come down sooner or later. Yes, they want to eliminate the entire thread that can do some damage, but they are running out of the time. The zone is going to close in any minute. And Khati has managed to eliminate one of the team, that is Gravity. Now they have to deal with the plus of Team Quantum Rage as well, as Goku has revived his own teammate. That means 3 players still in the lobby, but they are going for a different rotation. That means Metershot Sky, Quantum Rage going for a different path. But because of the play zone, IQ player, I8 IQ has been taken down, and Zarba finds a confirmation on him. That means I8 surviving as a 3-man squad. The safe gameplay which they were looking for is not faring off really well for them, as Uzn going for a heal battle in the blue.
Well, the last time I was looking at, well, never mind that, I'm going to come back to that, as Quantum Rage from down below are still bringing a lot of trouble towards the players of Metershot, as of course Metershot have utilized all of their lives, and now they are not going to be allowed to jump down from that mountain, and that is where Quantum Rage have been able to, never mind my word, because it seems like Quantum Rage, they are going to be left with Tantanatan, as Ash, if he can get this revival done, he's going to be the one who can definitely push in and get that point for himself. Look at that. I mean, Metershot, the positioning that they had, same was the case for Triple Esports. They're looking at 7 defeat points, 7 elimination points already. What a perfect conversion this was. And of course, the sprays brought on are still not yet done. Fifth zone, moving on from 5th zone to the 6th zone. Now it is just Ash, only thing that he can do is to be able to get as much damage as he can towards Quantum Rage, and at the same time Northeast Sports are also bringing in a lot of trouble towards the positioning of QR. So for Quantum Rage to be able to get into the boot camp area is next to impossible. For Metershot, they definitely have a chance to not move in, but definitely try and get as many points as they can before they make this open rush. And there we have it. Of course, Northeast Sports' Roshan is going to be getting into the window and spraying on along, and from the further distance, Helsi's just somehow he's just getting lucky with these jumping plays that he's making. I8 from the north do get eliminated. The entrance was not allowed from their side. The Grounders very much in still contestation for this game, but same is the case for Regicide as well.
Certainly healthy. He had no healings onto himself. He thought better to go for the aggressive stance and try and eliminate the player of Team Northeast Sports, Roshan. But in the process, Roshan took him down. Metershot there, but bye for now at 6 4. Now Regicide, they have managed to enter into the compounds of Camp Alpha Island, where Team Grounders were holding the position for a very long time. R3 being very silent, but now Team Quraysh Esports, they have started opening things around against Grounders, and with that GBS inside gets 2 knocks, and confirmation also onto Quraysh Esports player. That means Grounders, well, they are turning things around in their favor, as Clown OP is the last man standing, but not for very long, as he has also been eliminated. And Quraysh bids bye bye at fourth position. Now Grounders still having the control, but the circle has gone away from them. It is right in the pockets of Reggie side.
I'm not sure what exactly are Regicide eating these days, especially in this week, but whatever they're doing is working flawlessly for them, as they're able to just get the game one after the other. Right now, also they've got 6 defeats with all 4 players still standing, and it's looking very likely like they are going to be the ones who will be able to get this game, because look, the flank angle that they've created is going to be very difficult for, of course, R3D as well as the Grounders to be able to capitalize upon this, because R3D are going to be very worried about their flank, about their 6. The Grounders know that right in front of their area is going to be the opponents, but which team will it be who will get their first knock? Which team will it be who will be able to create an opportunity, an opening? The Grounders, they're definitely going to be, like I was saying, they're going to be very worried about their 6, because they know that R3D is there, and right in front also they know that Regicide is there. A very tricky positioning. I mean, Grounders, they were so very comfortably sitting in this area, but sadly, as soon as other teams moved in along, things have gone so very south for them.
And Noki finds a perfect knock onto Destroy, who was going for aggressive stance onto the side of Grounders over there. Perfect angles are being held right now by Reggie's side. Noki especially, he can be the ugly thorn for the last of our 3D. Addy also, and Bars going aggressively on the side of Grounders, lobbing few good grenades in their direction, but there is enough time to go for the raise on Mr. Black, as Evil Boy is going for the rescue mission. Now all the responsibility is on Sensi to stop the plus of Reggie's side in the tracks, not let them charge in the direction. But Nocto, he's aware of the position of Faddy over there, so that means he needs to be a bit careful also.
Absolutely. I mean, Regicide, the angles they've created on top of also the compound, they have control, as we can see Nocto, but Nocto needs to be very, very careful and cautious, because right now Evil Boy, as well as, of course, Grounders, Mr. Black, and of course his teammates are trying. That was Evil Boy who was trying to get into a very precarious situation. If he would have gotten into that area right behind Nocto, then there could have been a possibility for the Grounders to maybe have gotten a better position, because right now what they're doing is they are all getting surrounded together, and that is where one Molotov, one good nade could be the demise, could be the end. And this is exactly what I was talking about. From 2 different flank angles, of course, the players of Regicide are going to be pushing on through, and that in turn is going to be the end of the Grounders, and that is what we're looking at, where the Grounders do get eliminated. Of course, the players of Regicide took a knock, did get one of their players knocked out, but in the end, the fight was theirs for the taking. There was nothing stopping that, and of course, that will be the confirmation that they were waiting for. And with that, a second chicken dinner that Shadow, you had been waiting for. You know what? You should go with your gut. Right before this game, also you had said, Shadow, you said that Regicide have yet to take a chicken dinner.
Yes, I wanted to go with Regicide. Actually, Regicide did had a win today, no? But the previous game, Regicide,
yeah, the previous Erangel.
Yes,
Yeah,
but when the day started, now I was with the mindset, whatever the last game is going to be, my prediction will be Regicide. Because day 2 last game, Regicide got the win. Day 3 last game, Regicide got a win. But when they got the win Erangel, I was like, okay, I'll go with some other team. But yeah, you're right. I should have gone with my gut. Maybe.
Well, it's absolutely fine. But you do know that it is serving you well with that. We'll go on a short little break. We'll be right back talking more about the Sanhok game. Hello and welcome to, of course, PMPL right here of Pakistan region in 2022, where we are done with Week 3, day number 4. We've got one more day remaining, one very important day, which is going to be tomorrow, from which we'll find out which are those 12 teams going to be that will participate in the Livik map. But right now, if you talk about what happened in the previous game, yeah, that was a chaotic mess on the map of Sanhok. The entire zone fluctuated and differentiated between all of these teams and got itself towards Camp Alpha. With that, talking about the MVP, we do have, of course, Sensi from the Grounders.
Certainly, for elimination, 731 damage. He was dishing out, and healing stun also sent 190 healing in terms of numbers. But yeah, Team Grounded, so they were holding on to the comeback for very long. They were hoping to get a win all this time, but followed by Sensi, it is going to be knockout from the side of Reggie side with 3 elims. Roshan from North Esports, Ash from Metershot Sky being the only last survivor, but 3 elims in his favor and team's favor, and Ashad also from the side of Reggie side.
Absolutely, and this is where, of course, today's day is the storyline for today's day is slowly but surely coming to an end, where, of course, the comeback story for Regicide is definitely looking very, very real, because the number of chicken dinners this team has been able to accumulate, especially in week 3, have been miraculous and incredible and unbelievable. At the same point of time, looking at the match ranking, 11 eliminations is what they got along with the chicken dinner, so 26 points accumulated for this team. Following them, of course, was the Grounders with 6 elims of their own, as we saw, of course, Sensi with the 4 eliminations of his own, but only 10 placement points, because it was R3D that finished on that second spot.
Certainly North Esports on the 4th with 15 points. Metershot Sky, this time they are showcasing a good performance in this particular one, getting 11 points for themselves, being so aggressive. It was a play zone and the positioning of theirs that were engaged in so many other fights as well. In fact, multiple fights. They had to prioritize the circle, but Quraysh Esports also sitting on the 6th. This day was not their day. 10 points, but this game was their game, definitely. Triple Esports, 6 points to them as well. But 3x, TUF, TMW, FS, they failed to make an impact in this one.
Indeed, FS were not able to do much. In fact, they walked away with at least 1 elimination, so that's a good thing along with that placement point. Along with that, talking about TUF, not having a good performance at all. 3x, sadly, were not able to perform at all on this map, thus walked away with 0 points from themselves. But it was definitely a chaotic game based on how the zone actually just from the starting itself shifted itself towards the Camp Alpha, and that in turn resulted in so much of chaos ensuing right on this hill itself. At least 3 teams were eliminated. Starting off, it was the first H2E taking on shots, but then moving on very quickly, we had that different fight between, of course, Metershot and TUF as well.
Well, certainly Contenders also, they tried to get into fights, got good defeat points as well for themselves, but it was FS and IE. They went for a very passive and safe game play and game approach, and it didn't fare off at all in their favor, because IA, they were taken down pretty early with no points or 2 points for themselves. FS also having very low points for themselves. But on the other side, Reggie side was the team that came on the top because the way they contested the compound of Team Grounders, but Grounders Sensei with that DBS, perfect knocks and confirmations that he got for himself.
Absolutely. And that in turn led us towards the final moments of the game, where Regicide confirmed the win and the chicken dinner for themselves. Moving ahead towards the damage draft, we do have the players of Regicide getting the highest one, but along with that, the Grounders had the perfect positioning in the Camp Alpha, and that in turn resulted in them also being very close. But look at that, H2E with 3 eliminations right there, but 1,102 points of damage that they were, of course, able to participate. That is quite a lot of chaotic Sanhok that was put forth for all these teams.
Well, certainly it was quite chaotic, because from the very start in the Camp Island, things started brewing up. Early brawls were there, teams eliminations were there, Team Faulty Devils were they survived with the only last player. So yeah, so many fights were in the initial few moments of the game. But talking about the overall ranking, well, Decide 2 wins already in their hands, total 4 wins, 226 points in their favor, sitting at the top.
Well, the number of points they've accumulated in this game, or rather, sorry, in this week itself, is going to be helping them out majorly in the league standing itself, which is going to be summarizing week 1, week 2, week 3 games. But right now, of course, we do have a big jump coming in from North Esports, 4 position jump, sitting on the 4th spot with 2 chicken dinners of their own, 145 points. Same is the case for Magnus Esports as well. But moving ahead from this page towards the next one. Now, this ranking is important. In fact, it is going to change tomorrow, but it is important because top 12 teams will participate in that extra map of Livik. That will be the 6th map tomorrow. And that is the most crucial and critical thing that these teams are working towards. So the second page is what will, of course, let us know as to what bigger difference have these teams created today. And from the 12th to the 13th position itself, how big a lead is there, if at all there is, or any?
Well,
Because if not,
certainly,
well,
it is there.
not a lot of
Still,
one
it's
good
there.
game.
It's not easy.
Yep, that is true. But again, we're talking about Team TUF, we're talking about QWERTY, the Grounders, I8. We've already seen them slowly but surely rise up. Team Star, these are all not that far off, and they've all got 4 games tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken, yet. And so 4 games is a lot, and to be able to, of course, accumulate that many points shouldn't be that big a deal when we're talking about teams that, if they have a good game, walk away with, if nothing else, at least 12 points, at least 16 points based on a chicken dinner play.
Well, certainly, they need to have those points if they want to climb up and be in top 12, which it is not there. A big name team star is not there. TFL, they can do so because right now they are in a tie position with Quraysh Esports. So yeah, so many teams are trying to climb up the ladder in the overall ranking, but only 4 matches are left with every single team. But talking about the elimination leaders, it is again Gravity having 109 elims for himself and 21,000 damage.
Absolutely, and of course, the elimination leader is a very critical thing where Gravity has created what a massive lead for himself, 109, and then after that, of course, as finisher from Magnus, as you were talking about it, 99 eliminations. So yeah, this is where, of course, the MVP line is also going to be drawn. But moving ahead from the first elimination leader towards the second side, once again on the first page, we've got quite a lot of different teams playing. But talk about I8, right? Now, in these 2 pages, the elimination leaders, all 4 players of I8 are there. And that itself clearly indicates that there could be a possibility of the revival being showcased from them as we push through with the final day. But right now, of course, this is where the storyline is between the elimination leaders and the difference between them.
Well, certainly, elimination leaders. I ate all the players are there, but Zibian, talking about Zibian of Team BABLU, the survival time is close to 17 minutes. It's very less, and despite that, he's becoming an elimination leader. That means he's going for the aggressive stance in every single game, but gets taken down pretty early. But in the overall ranking, still Magnus Esports, they are leading with 686 points.
Oh yes, they definitely are. What a perfect game Magnus Esports have been able to play. The consistent play that they've been able to play. But look at Regicide. I mean, the points accumulated from their side has pushed them on the 3rd spot, and they're getting closer and closer to I8 as well. And this is going to be absolutely phenomenal as we move through, because only top 16 teams from this overall ranking will participate in the grand finals itself. That will happen next weekend.
Well, certainly, grand finals is something which the teams are preparing for themselves. And right now, how do you move into the grand finals? You have to be in the top 16, where Metershot Sky is still there with 331 points. But 52 Esports, well, they have taken a jump, if I'm not wrong.
Yep.
No, yeah, they have
They
taken a
did.
jump, triple Esports, but they also faced a downfall.
Exactly. They faced a downfall as well, but they did take a jump. That is true, because the way that they were able to play brought them on the map of Miramar. The second game today itself got them the second position, so decent amount of points were collected for that from that. But then the other teams were playing when 52 was not playing, so therefore a downfall based on this Sanhok game. But again, we're only talking about a 4 point difference, and they've got 4 games to cover that up. Should be possible. Definitely should be an opportunity that they should be able to capitalize upon. But it is going to be all focused on how the games go tomorrow.
Well, certainly. 52 Esports, they're working in the right direction, prioritizing the circle, being friendly with the circle, aiming for the placement points, and this way they can definitely be in the top 16. But talking about the daily winners, two big wins for BABLU and two big wins for Reggie side in the last two games, and North Esports getting a win in the middle of Erangel.
Indeed, and that too an incredible one where they walked away with 13, of course, eliminations of their own. Now, Regicide, they are playing flawlessly. Team Bablu, the way they started the day off, the progress that they were showcasing, the amount of points rather that they were building up was looking fantabulous, and that has resulted in them being at a very comfortable position for now. But that again is the result for now. The storyline continues, and the storyline will change tomorrow once again when we are going to find out, of course, at the end of the day, as to what are the top 12 teams that are going to be jumping into the Livik map, and what are the top 16 teams that are going to be playing the grand finals itself.
Well, tomorrow is the day very crucial for all the teams, especially the teams who are on the bottom or second page of the ranking, because tomorrow will
Exactly.
decide the fate of so many teams out there. Which teams will be moving in the League, which team will be moving in the finale round. Well, tomorrow will decide everything. So teams better be prepared for tomorrow because it's going to be very important for everyone.
Oh yes, oh yes. And again, that's the reason why we just spoke about the point difference itself, right? Because the point difference isn't that much. So to be able to, again, because you compare that to week one where the storyline was I8 looking at 300 plus points, and then you've got a completely different storyline being created that Magnus was trying to slowly catch up to. And now the points are so close, right? At least when we talk about the, let's say from 10 to the 16, from first page to the second page itself, the points are so close. So definitely tomorrow's 4 games, there are going to be a lot of ups and downs that are going to take place. In fact, 5 games that will take place before, or rather after which that will move on to the Livik map. So the 5 games is a lot of opportunity, but 4 games in total that each team will be playing is what I meant to say. And of course, we'll have to see as to will that be enough for the teams to move into the top 16 or not, because we've seen in the past only 1 point difference also makes a big humongous change if you can move on ahead in the grand finals or not. But with that, Shadow, of course, we do reach the end of our day today. Any final closing words from you?
Well, just be prepared for tomorrow. Whatever happens, give your best performance and don't stress out too much. Just stick to your basics.
Absolutely, you heard it right here, of course, viewers as well as teams. Look forward to you guys joining us tomorrow with all the final games. And with that, thank you so much for tuning in. Take care. Bye bye.